And whatever you do, don't forget to turn your microphone on when you're speaking. I'll do that again. Good morning, members and members of the general public. In the case, I'll go through the house rules really. In case of a fire alarm, the exit doors are there, and make your way to the far end of the car park. We're not expecting, I don't think, any testing of fire alarms this morning. The toilets are just outside on the left-hand side, so that'll be quite easy to get at. This is a public meeting, and members of the public are welcome to listen to the debate today, but unless registered as a speaker, are not able to speak, to take part in speaking. Okay. We are live webcasting today, so can I please remind members to use their microphones, which I just did, and remember to turn off when they are not speaking. In terms of how items are presented, the order for each application is as follows. The case officer will present her report, or his report. The objector will speak. The reporter will speak. The parish council representative will speak. The ward member will speak. Members will be able to question each speaker on points of clarity. At the conclusion of the debate on each application, the members will vote and come to a decision. I would like to ask the officers at the top table, please, to introduce themselves.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Amelia Bolter. I'm a Senior Democratic Services Officer and Clerk to this committee.
Good morning. I am Bernard Taylor, and I am actually the Vice Chairman, but I'm standing in for the Chairman today, who is ill.
Good morning. I'm Pat Weimer. I'm Head of Development Management for South Hams.
Morning. I'm David Stewart. I'll be here presenting one of the planning applications to you today.
We have our David, the legal guru, online with us. So if we got any queries, then we will go to him and ask at any stage during the meeting. Any apologies, please?
Thank you, Chair. We've received apologies for Councillor McKay and we have Councillor Eadie substituting. We've also received apologies this morning from Councillor Long and Councillor O'Callaghan. Do you wish to appoint a Vice Chair?
Yes, I do, if I may.
Thank you. Nominations, please.
Yeah, I would like to appoint Guy Pannell as Vice Chair. Is everyone in agreement with that? Please, show hands. Yeah. You've been promoted, Guy. Or demoted, I don't know which yet.
At my age.
Easy poll, Guy. Right, you've all had. I'll wait for Guy to sit down because he's. Okay. Yeah, we've all had the minutes of the last meeting. Are you all happy that they are correct? And if so, could I have a proposer, please? Yeah, Lee, seconder. You do. Good. I have no items that Chair's business. I'm not aware of any reason to divide the agenda. Members, are there any declarations of interest, please? No? Thank you. The list of speakers has been circulated to the members. I will now pass over to the planning officer for this first item, which is 166823 VAR, the moorings, Newton Mill, Newton Ferris, VO8. So I'll pass over to David.
Thank you, Chair.
Apologies, Chair. Can you just mention that the actual first agenda item, which has been withdrawn, just for members of the public?
The first application on that list has actually been withdrawn, so that will not be heard today. It's only a slight technical thing, and I'll come back again.
Can I just jump in? If any members would like to discuss that during the break, just to I'll happily let you know why it's been withdrawn. But it's just withdrawn for this meeting. The application will be coming back, but I'm more than happy. Doesn't need to be spending public time, but I'm more than happy to have a conversation with you in a break if need be.
Thank you. Right. pass over to the planning officer, David, for his report, please.
This application relates to a property in Newton Ferrers called the Mooring. I believe that members might be very familiar with it. I know that an application was presented to committee in 2021, but there have been a whole series of applications on this property in the past. The property itself is situated on Newton Hill as you drop down towards the River Yelm. It was a cottage, and in fact I think that's probably the original floor plan shown on the OS. In 2018 there was a planning application, householder application, for extending the property. It was in fact described as remodelling the property, particularly involving an extension on the south facing elevation and forming a larger terrace to the rear of the property. This was approved. A variation was then submitted to that approval in 2020. That also was approved. Now, the variation involved the provision of supports for first floor balcony where previously had been shown to be cantilevered. That also was approved. In 2021, a further variation was considered by committee and refused, relating to certain items which are the subject of this application. So I'll move on to what this proposal is for. As you can see, because there has been an extensive previous history, it has aroused in the past a number of objections, and indeed continues to arouse objections to the proposal. Building works on the original planning permission and its variation have been undertaken and carried out, not in accordance with approved plans. Hence, we've got the current application before us. This slide shows the variation, the principal variation that we are considering. The left-hand drawing shows the approved scheme with, and where my cursor is, the floor level of the terrace to the rear of the property. That's quite important to understand, that that's shown below the ground floor level within the property, which is shown on the higher line, roughly there, running along the bottom of the patio windows. The applicants state that it's been impossible to provide that level. I should hasten to add that underneath the terrace is an undercroft, and that was part of the approved scheme. They haven't been able to dig the undercroft as deep as they wanted to, and therefore the terrace level, which is now being considered, is actually just about at the finished floor level within the dwelling. So it's been raised about 0.35 to 0.4 metres in height. That, of course, has led to particular problems in relation to boundary treatments and potential for overlooking, because on the approved scheme, quite frankly, the boundary fence is shown on the west boundary, which is on the left-hand side of the property where my mouse is, on the cursor is, and on the south elevation, which is sort of as you're looking at the property. And because the fencing is now much lower in relation to the finished level of the terrace, it's possible to view over that fence and into the adjoining property. This application seeks to remediate that by increasing the height of the boundary wall adjacent to the adjoining property. And if I flick back, you'll see that the adjoining property is Yelm Cottage, situated fairly close to and it's this boundary treatment here that is very important to ensure that there is full privacy. And the scheme as now submitted now shows the boundary wall between the two raised to the height just about of the lintel height of the ground floor patio windows. So about 1.8, and that gives sufficient screening to prevent overlooking of the property to the west. I should point out that the adjoining property also has garden to the south of the terrace. As originally submitted, the application incorporated fencing which shows a reduced fence height along the south-facing boundary, but then increasing in height towards Newton Hill to provide a bit of privacy screening for the people who use the terrace. That would have allowed direct overlooking of the neighbour's garden. Now, the neighbour has placed a number of suggestions, one of which was to increase the height of this fence. And we have a revised plan, which is now being considered by committee, which shows the height increased to 1.7 metres in height from the level of the terrace. That, in the officer's opinion, is sufficient to prevent direct overlooking of the southern part of the neighbour's garden. The neighbour has, in fact, corresponded with me at the end of November to say that if the height of the fence was increased to his suggested height, which it now is, then he would withdraw his privacy objection. So that's really the nub of the problem that we're being asked to consider. There are other issues, however, that have been raised. One is in relation to other alterations at the property that the neighbour has indicated have occurred on land which he owns. Now, this is a matter which has been raised in previous applications. If indeed that was true, this application would not be valid because notice has not been served on the neighbour that the application includes a part of his landholding. However, I have made enquiries of the agent, and through him, the applicant has informed us that all of his proposals are contained within his landholding. I'm therefore satisfied that the application has been correctly made, and that if there is a genuine dispute over ownership, then it really is a civil matter and needs to be considered through civil courts, if indeed either of the neighbours want to pursue that. But the two areas of concern relate to this particular wall here. This was always shown to be rebuilt as part of the building works to the moorings. The neighbour indicates that a small section, and I show on the right-hand side here, appears to be built outside of an established line here. Now, I haven't checked the depth of the wall myself, but I have made enquiries of the agent. The agent informs me that that wall has been constructed totally within the applicant's ownership, and I'm satisfied on that score. And again, if there is an issue, then it really is a civil matter. The neighbour has also raised an objection that because the wall appears to be thicker than it previously was, and I have no way of knowing whether the original wall was that thick, that it reduces his visibility. I have inspected the entrance to this site, and I don't believe that it impinges on visibility when you're leaving the site to any great degree. The other area of concern relates to drainage of the terrace, where surface water is shown to be directed to combined sewer. This was indeed shown on the original planning approval back in 2018, and there is no change. In terms of the ability of the combined sewer to accommodate that surface water runoff, it's for South West Water to confirm that they have capacity and they will allow the discharge into their combined sewer. So I don't believe that there is a planning related issue with regard to the disposal of surface water. And I think that's all I would really like to say on this matter. So if there are any questions, please feel free to ask them.
Thank you, David. Any questions for David? Yeah. Victor.
Hello. Thank you. I'm sorry, I'm not the words, but if I've got it, if I remember correctly, you're saying that the levels couldn't be taken down because of the geomorphology. So you're saying about the shape of the lie of the land rather than the geology. And I don't know if it'd be a question for you or for the applicant, but why couldn't they just dig it out?
I've been assured that they couldn't just dig it out, and I don't know whether there's underlying hard rock, but I assume it relates to the creation of the understory, the ground level in that part of the building which goes underneath the terrace. I can't give you a firm answer, I'm afraid.
Thank you. Is there any other questions, please? Is that a question? No?
Sorry, Chairman, I was just explaining where that is on the picture because I had the opportunity of the site visit with the last committee, and that's why I was just because it's not very clear, I don't think, where that undercroft is in relation to the street, and that's how you can see it. Because actually, my question, if I may, is to Mr. Stewart is, well, that was there when we went there. So why has it suddenly been found to not fit in? Is it the bit that goes under the house that's the issue, where they've extended? Because that's part of it, isn't it? That where the garage is there, and that's the undercroft that goes underneath. Is that am I understanding that correctly? Just looking at that, you don't really see that how that garage fits in. Because if that was there already, why is it suddenly now it can't be dug? Because it was kind of there, unless I'm getting it wrong.
My understanding is that the finished floor level in that undercroft is higher than they thought could be achieved, and the original position of the terrace surface, which is where my cursor is on the left-hand drawing there, cannot be achieved, and they've raised it. Whether that was a cost-saving exercise or genuine geomorphology reason, I really don't know.
Could I just come back? Sorry.
I don't believe that the floor level has been raised since members went there last time. I suspect it's continued investigations as to what is or hasn't been built in accordance with the approved plans that's then brought this forward. Because my understanding is that was pretty much there as is when you last went to the site. Is my recollection.
Well, that's what I was thinking. Yeah, because I actually recognise seeing that in situ. Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Councillor Bonham.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. So it's the fence at the back on the south side has been raised, and there doesn't appear to be any objection now to that higher level. Could I just clarify, is there any objection to the fence on the west side now, which has also been raised? Is that also now acceptable to the neighbour? I didn't catch if you said it was acceptable or not.
I believe it is.
Thank you.
Any further questions? If there's not, we'll move into the debate. Is that right?
No, speakers.
Oh, yeah, speakers. Sorry. Sorry, I'm moving too quickly. I want to get this over before I can. Right, we got no objector, no supporter, and we got Councillor Peter Hinchcliffe from Newton and North Parish Council, please. Well, you know the process because you've been here before, sir, don't you?
Thank you. Thank you, Chair and councillors, for the opportunity to speak. The immediate neighbour of the moorings, Mr. Buckland, is here in the audience, and he is willing to answer any questions of detail, should you require that. You are already aware that the Parish Council has submitted its objection in writing to this application. I just want to make 2 points of principle. The first point is that this is an example of a dwelling that was not built in accordance with the original planning approval and has been subject to 2 variation requests, of which this is the second. There can be no excuse for building something that does not follow the originally consented plan. If the construction is not in accordance with the original approval, then it should be a matter for enforcement. It is disingenuous to attempt to get around the requirements by seeking retrospective approval. The second point is that the impact on the immediate neighbour constitutes a serious breach of privacy. Because the patio garden area was built higher than approved, and the wall and fence are lower than was consented relative to the patio garden area, the neighbour's garden is completely overlooked, denying the residents uninhibited and private enjoyment of their garden. The immediate neighbour submitted a compromise proposal to the planning officer, which you've heard. The neighbour feels that the compromise would provide the privacy he seeks. I urge the committee to refuse this application and look to enforcement to resolve the matter, or approve the application with a planning condition that the approved 1.8 metre high privacy screen on the southern boundary is maintained. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Is there any questions for the speaker, please? Yeah, Councillor Bonham.
Yeah, sorry. Hi, thanks for your statement. Maybe I asked the same question I asked a moment ago. Is the neighbour happy now with the proposed plans to the south of the height of the fence that we're being shown to the south and to the east of the property?
Chair, is it possible to ask the neighbour to? Well, as I've said, the neighbour has put in this compromise, and if the compromise is approved as a planning condition, then I think the neighbour will be content. But I would just make a point. It seems to us that the drawings that you've been given there are not the same drawings that were submitted on the portal. There seems to be subtle differences. I am informed by the neighbour.
Thank you. Any other questions, please?
Well, perhaps I could just say, Chair, that I don't really understand the answer. I'm at a loss.
Well, I'm going to, if I may, ask a question off the back of that and just say...
Hang on a minute. Yeah. Is she on? I thought... Sorry, I thought Councillor Allen wanted to ask something. No, okay.
I was just going to say, well, what should be what is the neighbour's position and what he would be happy with if that's not the drawing? What is what height is the fencing if that's the case that is being sought here?
So the neighbour will be happy with the compromise he's put forward, which is that there should be a planning condition that the fence would be 1.8 metres high. If I can just expand a bit, the planning officer indicated that when the building was built, they were unable to dig out enough to accord with the original planning. We would say that was because they only hired a very tiny digger. Had they hired a more expensive digger, then they would have been able to dig out in accordance with the original approval, but they didn't do that. So the result was that instead of the patio area sloping downwards from the property towards the river, in fact, it now slopes upwards. So there was a difference there of something like ½ a metre. They also reduced the height of the originally approved wall and fence, which gave rise to the overlooking problem. So the compromise solution that the neighbour has offered is acceptable to him. My view is that I think there is a fundamental point here that if people are going to build not in accordance with the plan, then they need to be subject to enforcement action. In this case, I suspect enforcement is probably too late.
Thank you very much. Guy? Councillor Panel.
Okay. Well, I'll just point out, probably the legal advisor can confirm this, or Mr. Weimer, but anyone is entitled to actually build something and apply retrospectively for permission. So we can't take enforcement action while there's an application pending, and anyone's entitled to apply for permission, and if that is granted, then that becomes a legal development.
Can I come back to Mr. Weimer on this one?
Before I deal with that point, I think there's a couple of questions. So can you just turn your mic off for a second? Thank you. I think there are a couple of questions. Firstly is the question around condition and height of fence that I think I'll defer to the case officer in a second. In terms of enforcement, Councillor Panel is absolutely right that if it is not unlawful for someone to build anything without requiring planning permission, it only becomes unlawful if they don't comply with an enforcement notice, or if it's works to a listed building or a TPO tree. And as much as I know, in many cases, the views of local people and to a certain extent members are, if something's built in accordance with the approved, it hasn't been built in accordance with the approved plans, the council should get around there and make them knock it down straight away. Unfortunately, that's not how the planning system works. So if something is constructed without planning permission, for any authority, or for any local council to take enforcement action, they have to undertake an assessment as to whether it's expedient to do so, whether that development causes harm. You can't just refuse it on the basis that it's already been done. I suspect the vast majority, well, I know the vast majority of the enforcement cases we get are for things that most of the time don't cause harm. Garden sheds that are just slightly bigger than permitted development, but that actually don't cause any harm. There are a number of things that do cause harm, and we do serve enforcement notices, but you cannot use it's already there as a reason for refusal. And if it is refused, then yes, we would have to investigate from an enforcement point of view, and we would have to come to a conclusion as to whether it's expedient to take enforcement action to secure the lowering of the floor level of the, I don't know if it's a patio or balcony, I'm never quite sure when it's on top of a building, but the lowering of that to the approved level. So that's where we are, just to be clear. Hopefully that hasn't confused the matter.
Yeah, cool. Yeah, just to come back on one note the speaker made was about notifying the neighbour if you encroach on his land. I think you've got to somebody notify in writing that you're going to do that.
Okay, so anybody can make a planning application on any land, whether they own it or not. So I could apply to build a garage in your garden, sir, and all I'd have to, not saying that you give permission to do it after the end, but all I'd have to do is make sure I serve notice on you as owner. So there's 4 certificates you need to fill out with the planning application. Either certificate A, that the applicant owns all the land, and if they are a leaseholder, if their lease is more than 7 years, in planning terms they're deemed to be the owner. Certificate B, that they own, they don't own all of the land, but they know who the other owner is, and therefore they can serve notice on them. So if I was making an application on your garden, I'd serve notice on you. There are other 2 certificates less well used, and I'll probably get them wrong. One is if you if you don't know who, you know some of the owners, but you don't know all of the owners. And the other one is if you have no idea who owns the land, full stop. And there's various notification and publication things you have to go through in terms of putting it in the paper saying, I'm about to serve notice on this bit parcel of land. Any owners have got 28 days to come forward. So the chairman is absolutely right. You can make applications on land you don't own, but you need to serve notice. Where it gets more difficult is situations where there is a land ownership dispute where one, and I'm not from a minute suggesting this is the case in this scenario, but if you've got a situation where an applicant saying, I own this site, but someone else saying, no, you don't, I own the back third or whatever, and I can, perhaps not for this committee, but some members were aware we had that quite a significant issue in one of the sites in Salcombe where the people at the bottom said, no, we own a lot further forward. From a planning perspective, we just have to make best endeavours to challenge the applicant to say, do you own it? And if they sign a certificate, say, yes, I do, that then becomes a civil matter, and the granting of a planning permission does not trump any civil rights for them to build something on land they don't own. Does that help members?
Yeah, that's great. Yeah, I think probably you've answered all the questions. Thank you very much, sir. Unless you've got something.
Well, no, other than I think while the parish councillor is still here, I think it would be useful for the case officer to answer the question around condition and specific height on the fence, because I think that was the point that was being made.
Yeah.
At the moment, the condition requires the applicant to construct in accordance with approved plans, and of course his revised plan will be one of those approved if members decide to grant permission. If there is a specific issue relating to height of the fence, I'm sure that we can amend that condition to specifically refer to a 1.8 metre high fence, if members so desire.
Yes, okay. Yeah.
Sorry, so can I just confirm on that point, Mr. Stewart, that obviously the terrace has been raised, so we're talking about a 1.8 metre fence from the top of that terrace rather than the terrace as it was in the previous.
No, it's not quite as simple as that, because there is a stone capping wall above the level of the terrace at the moment. So that would take up part of your 1.8. So what I'm saying is that the condition will require screening, and it will refer to screening rather than fence, of 1.8 metres in height when taken from the ground level of the terrace.
Screening of a certain height, because all the different levels. I'm just wondering whether there's might get some translation.
Yeah. Okay.
I've just had a discussion with the case officer. I'm wondering whether there is too much scope for misunderstanding if we just put 1.8 metre and so, because all the different levels. I think my suggestion would be that we amend the condition, because this is a retrospective application. We amend the condition to say within 2 months of the, if approved, within 2 months of the date of the approval, details shall be submitted to the council that shows screening to a height of at least 1.8 metres on the boundary, so we can see what's being done. We can approve it. It can be in consultation. I'm happy for it to be in consultation with the parish and the immediate neighbours, so we can see what's coming in. I think that if we just put 1.8, there's so many different levels there. I think that might leave it open for something to go in that doesn't quite do what it's designed to do. So I wonder whether that would be a better way of. I accept we'd have to give them time to do it, and I think 2 months is probably the right time scale given the time of the year we're at. But I think that would be my suggestion, members.
All right, Councillor next. Yeah. Is everybody happy with that? Okay, thank you very much, sir. Thank you for that. We now move on to the ward members, whichever wants to go first. I think it looks like Councillor Thomas.
Thank you, Chairman. Chairman, members, I will be brief. I'll be brief. I think this is an unusual one for me because it sounds like before I've even had to speak, you've reached a position that means that you won't have to vote against officer recommendation, which is good. All I would say is I think the justification for bringing this case to committee is based on the fact that I think that the neighbour is entitled to have something specifically conditioned, because the point that the chairman of the parish council made around enforcement, and I'm talking to Councillor Panel, the point you made is, of course, is valid, but I suppose one can feel sympathy for somebody who builds something and doesn't realise they need planning permission and applies retrospectively. One can perhaps feel less sympathy for somebody who comes to the planning authority and is given a very specific set of conditions and then doesn't follow them. And I think from the parish council's point of view, that's one of the reasons why we're here. So I think if we secure a condition today that everyone agrees with, and we don't have to go against officer recommendation, because I've said before, my professional regard for Mr. Stewart remains as high as it always has been. And I know he knows that my calling this in is not a personal thing at all. I think that would be a good outcome. I don't think I need to add anything else. I think Councillor Hinchcliffe's more or less done the job today, and I thank him for that.
Thank you. Hang on a minute. Is anybody, any questions for the board member? No, nobody wants to speak to you. Okay, lovely job. Thank you very much. Obviously, no questions for the board members. We now can move into the debate. Yeah.
No.
You're directing me.
No, not at all. No, it wasn't directed at you, Chair.
All right, that's good. Right, move into the debate. Who's going to open that, please?
Thank you, Chair. Well, it seems to me that we have an officer recommendation for conditional approval. We have what seems to be an agreed compromise between the applicant and the objectors. I'm wondering what use there is in spending much more time on this, and therefore I'd move that we approve in line with the officer recommendation, subject to the conditions indicated by Mr. Weimer.
Members, through you, Chair, I would suggest that it's delegated approval subject to the alterations to the condition requiring screening to be agreed with chairman, ward members and whoever proposes and seconds it, so members get sight of the condition we're seeking to impose before the decision is issued, but along the lot, but it will be within 2 months, full details of screening to be provided to a minimum height of 1.8 metres shall be submitted to and approved and thereafter maintained at that level.
Are you happy with that, Councillor Rake?
Absolutely.
Yeah. Can I get a seconder, please? Councillor Nick.
Yeah.
Councillor Abbott.
I accept all of that, but I am still so frustrated about this process, and I can't let it go without saying this is just so annoying. And the person who compromises is the person who is being sinned against, whatever the phrase would be. And so we don't actually know, because he's not here, whether the supporter would agree to the 1.8 metres. And
not the supporter.
The supporter.
The objector.
The applicant.
Applicant. So that they haven't agreed, they haven't worked with the conditions that were imposed in the past, and now we're going to set a condition, and just gets my goat. So that's what I want to express, because I can't see any other way forward than what we're agreeing.
I'm not sure I could agree with you that it's a sin, but we'll perhaps leave that one. To be clear, an applicant does not have to be in agreement for us to put a condition on unless it is a pre-commencement condition, because members are clearly, well, my impression is members are taking the view that the development is unacceptable without that condition. So it's entirely appropriate for us to put that condition on, and we do not need the applicant's permission to put a condition on there. If they do not comply with that condition, then we can the enforcement action in respects of in ignoring conditions is slightly different to unauthorised development, in that we can serve a breach of condition notice, and if they do not comply with the breach of condition notice, it's straight to court.
Yes, Councillor Abbott.
I'll try and calm down. So the condition about the height which you're going to agree, actually the parish councillor was also saying about maintenance of that so that going forward it stays.
The condition will need to do, in my view, the condition will need to do a number of things. It will need to say a deadline for getting the details into us. The details will need to clearly show what and where, including the height. The condition will need to ensure that it's maintained and retained at the approved height, and the condition will also need to ensure that there is a timescale within which that fence is done. What we don't want to be in a situation is that we put a condition on saying, give us details of the fence. They provide details of the fence, but the condition doesn't say when it's got to be done by, and then it's impossible for us to enforce that condition. So the condition needs to do a number of things, including retention, maintenance, and when it's got, by what date it's got to be put up within the first instance.
Okay, everybody happy with that? Well, if Councillor Abbott's ready to tie up his goat, we will now move on to the vote, please. All those in favour? Yeah, that's unanimous, and that application is approved. Thank you very much to everybody who's taken part.
Yes, thank you, Chair. No, it's not to do with the previous discussion. It's to do with my omission to declare an interest earlier.
Oh, I see, that's fine.
As I was waiting for you to come to the end of your conclusion on this point. Have you concluded on this point?
Yeah, it's fine.
Okay, thank
Yes.
you. Can I apologise for not declaring an interest, because I've realised that I'm a member of the Caravan and Motorhome Club, which is one of the applicants later on. And I've just noticed that they are. Well, I knew I was a member, but I just noticed that they're the.
You can actually do that before the meeting this afternoon if you wanted to.
Sorry.
Yeah, because you'll be asking the same questions then. Thank you. We're having a 3-minute break. 3-minute break.
I had to check with my wife whether I was a member of it or not, because I don't. She does all these things. Right. So Amelia, okay. I wrote to David because I don't have it in my register. Okay. But it's
Thank you. There has been an update since my officer report was circulated. Following discussions with the agents and architects, our joint local planning policy officer has made a few comments in regards to the climate emergency compliance form, just highlighting some inconsistencies. But I think we'll get to that into more detail at the relevant time within the presentation, if that's okay with everyone. So the application site is located to the west of the village of Ermington and comprises an area of open pasture land. The application site itself has extant permission for an agricultural building that was approved by the prior approval process. And to the west of the application site, you can see there's an existing building that's an existing traditional linhay barn, and that's previously been approved to be converted for the use of a dwelling. To the north of the application site, you can see Here you can see this is another residential property called Two Springs, and there's also a dwelling down here called Bud Lake. And then just off the screen is the sort of start of this built-up area of the settlement. And this is the aerial view, and as you can see, it's a very rural setting. The proposal is for the construction of a 2-bedroom, single-storey, open market dwelling house, including a farm office. It would incorporate a parking area to the north, separate bin store, and a PV panel array. And there's the elevations for you, just to give you an indication of the design, sort of contemporary flat roof design of the building. So the key issues that I've discussed in my officer's report is obviously the principle of the development, the impact on the landscape and surrounding area, and also other matters too. This is a slightly wider aerial view of the application site, just so you can see a bit more of the built-up area of Birmingham. And in particular, I'd like to draw your attention to the row of houses here along this road and this sort of boundary hedge, which kind of indicates the edge of the built-up area of the settlement. The majority of the settlement is far more further east and sort of contained within the lower levels of the valley. And this is the last bit of the sort of settlement that kind of follows along this road here. And there are a couple of straggling sort of dwellings just outside the built-up area, but the application site over here is very much outside of the village itself and the built-up area of the village. This is the photographs taken from outside the access of the application site. As you can see, it's a typical country single-track road. It's unlit. There's no footpaths. It's not really a safe route for pedestrians to sort of walk into Ermington, take along that road there. And then the view along the bottom is just another overview of the application site within its sort of countryside setting. And here, these are views from the application site looking east and south towards Ermington, which is kind of very much, even though it's relatively close, it's very much out of view because of the lie of the land and the sort of rolling hillsides. You get kind of it's very tranquil in nature, and there is a dwelling there in Chart, and there's other dwellings about, but they're very sporadic, and it's kind of much more rural and unbuilt in this particular area. So in terms of the policy, it's within a countryside location, and policy TTV 26 does provide some exceptions for when new development in the countryside may be acceptable. But this particular submission doesn't meet any of those criteria. The applicant has also made reference to the proposal being a replacement dwelling and called upon policy TTV 29 to support the scheme. TTV 29 would support replacement dwellings where there's an established residential use on the site, which we don't have in this particular scenario. The barn does have has had permission to be converted to a dwelling, but the conversion itself hasn't taken place, and there hasn't been significant level of work to actually suggest that a residential use has been established on that site. The agent's also drawn our attention to policy TTV 25, which talks about negating the concern, the policy of TTV 26, where there's a proposal that's making a contribution to the housing supply. The specifics of the policy, and then in its further detail within the supplementary planning document, provides that where there's a proposal of 5 or more dwellings, and that's within or adjacent to an existing settlement, then there would be potential for an argument and a balance to be made that actually, because of the contribution towards the housing supply, you can outweigh your concerns for countryside development. This particular application is just for a single dwelling, and it's not adjacent to the settlement. It is set away from the settlement boundary. There's a gap between the two, so it's beyond the remit of TTV 25. And for those reasons, the principal there's a in principle objection to the application. And then in terms of the impact upon the landscape, it's outside the area of Ermington, and as I was saying before, there are a couple of straggling dwellings here that are extending beyond the settlement boundary, and the proposal to infill this gap between the agricultural building and the nearest residential dwelling would kind of encourage this linear extension of the village, whereas the built form of the village is very much more to the east and set lower down and contained in a much more sort of grouping area of development down there. And so to approve a dwelling up here would be contrary to the pattern of development. And in addition, although there has been some indication on the plans that there'll be a bit of additional planting here, insufficient information has been submitted to show that the impact on the landscape, well, it would conserve the setting of the landscape and enhance the immediate area as well. The applicant has also raised other matters that they wish us to take into account in considering the application. The first is to do with the barn conversion and whether or not that holds some weight and be seen as an alternative to this scheme that they're proposing today. On site, I noticed that the barn has actually been extended and had some flat roof stores put on to the western side of the barn, and these weren't part of the approved plans for the barn conversion, and therefore the deviation of the plans kind of brings into doubt whether or not that permission is still extant. The applicant has also proposed a legal agreement that specifies if planning permission's approved today, then they wouldn't continue with that barn conversion permission. And they've also suggested that they wouldn't bring forward any proposal for residential use of that barn in the future. And although we're satisfied that a legal agreement could prevent the implication of the previous planning permission, the effectiveness of actually using that legal agreement again any future application, I think, is weak. because there's policy support for conversion of traditional buildings in the countryside, at a future time, if the use of the barn for agricultural purposes is proved to be unviable, and a request is made to vary the legal agreement and a new planning permission is submitted, it would be quite difficult to resist that application because it would be in line with our local plan. The third point when comparing the barn conversion proposal with this proposal is that one of the benefits of converting a traditional building is that you're securing the long-term future of that building, and you're appreciating its visual benefits that it brings to the landscape and understanding the history of the landscape. And obviously, with the proposal to use the barn as a agricultural barn for agricultural purposes and build a new dwelling, you're not then having that benefit of securing that barn and ensuring its maintenance and upkeep. And then we're going to go into the carbon calculations in a minute, but the last point that I would just like to make now is that in some of the supporting documentation that's been submitted for the application, the agents compared the current scheme with the agricultural building that's been permitted under prior approval. And I just wanted to clarify that this application wouldn't be able to prevent future prior approval applications. You can't remove permitted development for an agricultural unit that's outside the scope of this application. And then the final point is that the applicant has sought to show comparisons between the embodied and operational carbon cost of building the new dwelling compared with going ahead with the conversion as previously approved. And at this point, I think I'd like to bring in my colleague Phil, if that's okay.
Thanks, Liz. Good morning, members. For those of you that haven't met me before, my name is Phil Baker. I'm the Principal Planning Officer with the Joint Local Plan team, so I work across Plymouth, South Hams and West Devon. I'm the policy lead for climate change and carbon reduction. And apologies for the lateness of my input into this application. It was only brought to my attention late last week, so I'm sorry that it's a bit of an addendum to the content that you've heard already. This is, and excuse me for reading, but there's a lot of kind of stuff to cover, so I just want to make sure that you have all the information in front of you before we then go on for you guys to have the debate and discussion. This is an interesting application because you're being asked to consider its compliance with the adopted development plan, but also to consider the degree to which it's different to an existing planning application permission to convert the adjacent stone barn into a new dwelling. As members of this committee, you have a statutory duty to determine applications in accordance with the adopted development plan unless material considerations suggest otherwise. In this case, you may be inclined to consider the potential environmental and carbon emissions benefits of the new building when compared to the stone barn conversion, with the suggestion that the significant benefits in this regard would be enough of a material consideration to outweigh the conflict with the adopted development plan that the case officer has identified. In order to make an informed decision on this matter, you need to know to what extent the new building represents an improvement over the stone barn conversion. This is where I came in, because the technical detail submitted to support the application is extensive and lengthy. The new building that we're looking at is contemporary in design, operationally very efficient, with a ground source heat pump, ground-mounted PV array, and a green roof. Energy efficiency software suggests that it would save around 0.45 tonnes of carbon a year due to the dwelling creating more energy than it uses. However, we're looking at an entirely new building on a greenfield site and being asked to compare the overall environmental impacts of this when compared to the scenario of reusing an existing building where the existing stone walls are already there and are in effect carbon neutral. This new building has been described variously as an eco-home, and I'm going to provide an analysis of the credibility of that statement using the data submitted by the applicant. So having looked at the extensive supporting information provided with the application, I concluded that the original carbon offset savings of the proposal were incorrect. I've been working proactively with the architect to get to a position where you have correct figures in front of you so that you can make an informed decision. Now, a couple of points of clarification here. Firstly, the applicant should be applauded for the level of and extent of information that they've provided in support of this application. It goes above and beyond what the development sector usually provides to support a planning application, and comes from a place of wanting to improve the environment both locally and globally. Secondly, whilst the original carbon saving figures submitted in the application are now known to be incorrect, there was in no way any ill intent behind this. It was largely due to the complexity of having to reconcile so many different pieces of information. The amount of different elements in a new building, the emissions attributed to each of those, and doing that across 2 different buildings. Once it was apparent that the figures needed to be adjusted, the architect, Stephen Gard, went out of his way to ensure that we had an agreed set of figures for you to consider today. Thirdly, following on from that, the figures that I'm about to provide you have been agreed jointly between Stephen and myself, and we're both happy that they provide a sound basis for you to make an informed decision. So the first issue that we had to agree was the floor areas of the building that we're comparing, because for some reason the mesh carbon calculator software platform seemed to create its own. So for clarity, the agreed figures that we're using is a floor area of 158 square meters for the new building and 120 square meters for the stone barn. We're going to compare the upfront embodied emissions of each scenario using what are known as life cycle assessment stages. These comprise of A1 to A5 emissions of each building. They're in effect the upfront embodied carbon emissions of the building, and are based on the figures created using the mesh carbon calculator software. Now, we know that there are some inconsistencies in the software, but we also know that these inconsistencies apply equally to both scenarios, if that makes sense. In order to help you make an informed decision on the application, we're using a comparative analysis of the new building against the stone barn alternative. So I'm going to model the impact of both buildings over a 25-year period. So this is the period that we use as an offsetting basis in the climate emergency planning statement for demolitions and rebuilds. So we know how that works. This isn't a demolition and rebuild project, but there's a basis for us using this methodology. But it also, a 25-year modelling period just about takes us to 2050, where the UK has a legally binding commitment to being net zero. So the upfront emissions of the new building are agreed to be 46 tonnes of embodied CO2. Now, I say they're agreed. There are still some emissions in there, but the emissions apply to both scenarios. So just accept these on face value as it is. So that was 46 tonnes for the new building. The upfront emissions of converting the stone barn are 13.8 tonnes. In order to get a robust figure of the overall impact of both scenarios, we need to add the amount of energy predicted to be used by both buildings in the first 25 years of operation. We already know that the new building actually creates more energy than it uses, so it's projected to save 11.25 tonnes of carbon. The next bit does get a little bit complicated, but I will try to simplify it at the end. The stone barn energy use has been calculated using the most up-to-date carbon factors, which tells us the amount of carbon in electricity from the grid. So if either of these buildings was converted, they would both use the same electricity from the grid, so there'd be the same carbon cost for that. The stone barn has been calculated to use 847 kilograms of CO2 per year. That sounds very precise, but that's just the nature of the exercise. It's worth noting that the scenarios we're modelling is exactly what's in front of us, and so that there's no PV system or anything like that included within the stone barn. So without a PV array or any other energy generating technology with the barn, over 25 years, the stone barn is projected to use an additional 21.1 tonnes of carbon. By calculating in this way, we are also assuming that the carbon cost of grid electricity is going to stay the same for the next 25 years, which isn't right because we know the carbon factor of grid electricity is going to come down. But as we don't know how quickly this will happen, we're just going to use a fixed figure for now. So the results are, over 25 years, the carbon impact of the new building are agreed to be 34.81 tonnes. Over 25 years, the carbon impact of the stone barn conversion is agreed to be 34.97 tonnes. They're almost identical in overall emissions impact. The difference between them is not far off what your combined transport emissions are going to be for getting to and from this building. To be clear, how this changes the position with regard to the information in front of you. So it was initially reported that the original supporting information that over 25 years, the new building would save around 99 tonnes of CO2. The new and agreed figures are that there are no meaningful emissions benefit of the new building over the stone barn conversion over that 25-year period. It should also be noted that in terms of the annual energy savings achieved by the new building, the time taken to offset the upfront embodied carbon emissions for the building to become carbon neutral is over 100 years. Now, I don't know how many people who've supported this scheme on the basis of its environmental impact would have had a figure like that in mind, but it does show that the shadow of all new development in general is going to extend significantly beyond 2050 when we've an absolute need to reach net zero as a country. So this isn't intended to be a criticism of this building specifically. I'm saying this because we all hear phrases like eco-home, net zero, carbon negative, without fully scrutinising the validity of these statements. This is particularly perpetuated consistently by the mainstream media. I'm grateful to the applicant for submitting such extensive details of their proposal and allowing me to scrutinise all of the data being used. Now, and I appreciate not everybody's had the time and ability to do that. Having concluded that there is no measurable emissions benefit to the new building over the stone barn when modelled over 25 years, I would suggest that you can consider the application solely against the policies of the adopted development plan. Now, I've taken up a lot of your time. I am happy to answer questions, but I'm also aware that we need to leave time for you guys to have enough debate and discussion, and also for registered speakers to inform that as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Phil. Is there any questions, please? I got one question. Is there a neighbourhood plan at Ermington? No, there's not one. So we haven't got a development boundary then. Thank you.
Sorry, are you asking if there's questions to Phil?
Yes, or the officer.
So I have questions to Ms. Payne, yes. Shall I go ahead?
Mr. Abbott, you have any questions?
Thank you. Could you bring up the Google Earth picture of the triangle of there? That's grand. Thank you. So the area of denser housing in the triangle as you described, does that hedge line have any standing in any plan or any policy?
No, it doesn't, but I think it's just a useful indication of where the settlement boundary is. That's the edge of the gardens of that row of properties, and
yes,
together they form a boundary.
Yeah,
edge.
thank you. I can understand that from a Google Earth picture. It looks like that. When I drive along the road, though, I see houses on the left and on the right, and there are houses indeed up as far as the northern boundary there amongst the woodland, and I'm not sure that I would use the word straggling to the house owner. To make a point about the Linnae barn, if it was to be converted, then there would be another dwelling to the west, and that is permitted. So therefore, continuous is perhaps not the right word, but there would be development out as far as that western boundary. That's accepted. So that this proposed house would be within that. It would be within the extent of the building.
The nature of the barn conversion, when we're assessing barn conversions, we make an effort to make sure there's as few alterations as possible, and the character of the building is retained. So it's still very much reads an agricultural building as best as it can do. I think if we approve a barn conversion, we then see that as being an extension of the settlement that it's closest to. It's still, it's a building that's allowed to be converted while still being in a countryside location. It's an exception to that more restriction that we have in the countryside, as opposed to allowing it because it's edge of settlement or anything to do with the settlement itself.
Okay, Councillor Hodgson.
Thank you. Two points from each of the officers here. Firstly, I'd just like to really thank Phil Baker for what he's done, the work he's done on this. I've found that really interesting and really helpful. And I know we've got a planning training coming up very shortly, I think, that's out available to town and parish councils. And I think, well, I'd love to go to that if it included that as a kind of an element as well, because I think that's something that's really useful for all of us, because it's so essential to understanding climate change. And I think if we started looking at some of the developments in Dartington at the moment, I think we might, our hair might be standing on end as to how many decades or centuries to actually offset some of that carbon impact. So I think that was a really useful exercise, and I think it's a really helpful tool. Thank you. The question I have for the case officer, actually I raised this when this came before this committee a couple of years ago and was refused. And this, the notion of, isolated development. 11.5 of our SPD TTT 26.1 isolated development. The ruling that came out of the High Court judgment was the ruling concluded that in planning, the term isolated should be considered to have its ordinary objective meaning of far away from other places, buildings or people. And I think that map is very clear. And I'd just like to ask the case officer exactly how far, if it's possible, if she knows, this new development, proposed development, is from the building, as has been pointed out, that's just above it. Because I remember photographs from the previous application which showed virtually the opening of the access to this new development, or replacement development, compared to the one opposite. It was almost like driveways opposite each other. And then there's that whatever that development is further down there, is that just some agricultural development, or is there actually housing as you go further along? I really understand the idea of potentially trying to avoid ribbon development, but I'm very aware that if a developer came along and said, I'll put 50 houses in that field, it would probably be jumped at. So I think that's, I'd like to just raise those points and just ask for that specific information about distances from those other buildings in terms of that provision in SPD.
Thank you, Councillor. I can take that one as well. The SPD actually refers to what was at the time known as the Braintree ruling. Since then, we've had something called the Bramshill ruling. The kind of benchmark is broadly similar. So you talk about remote from and far away from. Those are still kind of the benchmarks in terms of understanding the concept of isolation in planning terms. There's no prescriptive measure as such. I think, but looking at plan there, I think you can understand that that is not likely to be a site location that would be described as isolated in planning terms. However, nor does that mean that it's suitable in terms of its connectivity in relationship to the extent of the current built form of the village.
I could just come back.
Yes, Councillor.
So my understanding is, as I say, because this came to a previous application, there was extensive conversation about the agricultural nature of some of the works that this particular individual has carried out on that site, which is like planting hundreds of trees for orchards, etc. Would this have sort of a relevance in that it's effective? It's not. I mean, I'm sure this man would like to describe himself perhaps as a rural dweller, but I think there are connections along that line that give a justification for living on site and looking after, being there as part of that rural development nature.
The submission hasn't been made as an agricultural worker's dwelling, and there's been no supporting information to show that there's a need for someone to live there. In fact, there hasn't even been a claim that for this purpose of this house is to be used by someone who needs to be on site. Thank you.
Councillor Hodgson, it was my recollection, and no doubt the applicant speaks will correct me if I'm wrong, my recollection is the previous application was on the basis that it was an agricultural dwelling, but I don't believe this one has come forward on that same basis.
Thank you. Yes, Councillor Rake.
Thank you, Chair. Just on the, you had a picture of a view down along the lane, and you referred to it as not being particularly safe. I mean, I have that whichever way I turn out of my house for at least a mile, and my safety is never. It seems like a bit of a sort of assumption. I've heard this come up before that. I mean, I would feel safer walking along that than along the pavement of a busy road, to be honest with you. Do we assume that that's unsafe just as a matter of course?
Well, in terms of connectivity and encouraging people to not be reliant on their cars, and they do need to have safe and easy access to nearby services and facilities. And I mean, I suppose everyone's sense and level of risk is different, but there isn't an allocated space for a walker to be whilst there's passing traffic. It's uneven terrain unless you're actually walking directly on the road, and I don't think anybody would describe walking on the road as safe. And it's in addition, it's unlit, and it's also outside of the 30-mile-an-hour restriction as well. So yes, I think in this particular scenario, I've described it as being unsafe and unsuitable.
Okay, Councillor Wright, yes.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Yes, Councillor Eady.
Hello, I just wanted a bit more clarity about, am I right in saying that I saw a slide earlier about the nature of the planning that has been granted for the barn and whether or not that is still existent or not?
Yes, so on site there, I noticed that there's been some extensions done to the barn, sort of flat roof stores that are being used for, I think, to improve the functionality of the barn as an agricultural barn. So it's storing things that are required for the upkeep of the surrounding land. So it's just these stores here. You can see them in the bottom left-hand corner there. And they're works that weren't part of the approved scheme for the barn conversion.
To what extent is that important for us, do you think, when it comes to us considering this?
From what I've seen, I'd need to double check the approved plans, but my recollection is that the approved plans didn't have anything significant on that elevation in terms of entrances or exits. So from what I've seen, I don't believe that the timber extensions, for want of a better phrase, would affect the ability to continue to convert that stone barn. So my opinion, my professional opinion, is that the planning permission was granted, the permission was implemented, and the permission to convert that building remains extant. I don't believe that whilst my recollection is that the timber structures weren't part of the approved plans, but I don't think they fetter the ability to continue to convert that barn.
Can I just, sorry, I didn't make it clear either in my presentation just then, but there's been drainage works done, and that's why the permission's been deemed as being implemented, because you can't necessarily see it, but the infrastructure that's needed for the barn conversion has already been implemented within the required 3-year period.
Thank you. So yes, in other words, if they want to proceed with that original planning application, they can. So.
Correct.
Councillor Bonham.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Yes, a couple of points or questions. I think we missed the last page, the conclusion of your presentation. Perhaps we could just have a look at that. I would also like to echo what Councillor Hodgson said about the quality of the comment on environmental issues. And there seems, Liz, from your comments here in the conclusion, that there's a lot of doubt and maybe views that you have that this is not compliant with a number of policies. My question is, are there any other material points that you think we should take into account that would argue this is worth considering, in your opinion, and would mitigate against some of the negative points that you've made very clear? Thank you.
No is the short answer. in my report, I've gone through the policy. I've assessed the proposal against the local plan and the policies within the plan, and found that it doesn't meet those policies. And I have considered the previous permissions which the applicant requested were considered as material considerations, and I don't believe that they outweigh the policy considerations.
Thank you. Yeah, I did actually ask about the distances from the village. I mean, I don't think you actually gave us those distances from the other buildings that are around on that map, on the photograph that you showed of the plan, its relationship to the village.
I don't have those.
I can measure it for you. Actually, just give me a second.
Yeah, because we've got a kind of rule of thumb, if I understand it, it's like 600 to 800 metres from the centre of the village is considered generally within keeping. I seem to remember a case officer citing that once.
Insofar as that's within a settlement, yes. So I don't think you're suggesting that we can build houses anywhere within 800 metres of the centre of a village, are you?
I wouldn't dare to do such.
Oh, 600 metres from the edge.
Okay, so the case officer was pointed to 100 metres from the edge of the settlement, so that it would be further towards the some of the services and amenities within the village itself. I would caution using that too prescriptively in terms of how that aligns with the walking distances in policy SPT2, because as I suggest, that applies very much to where there is existing walking infrastructure, safe and secure, lit infrastructure for people to use alternative modes of transport. And I think the highway connection there between the proposal site and the village has already been characterised as being quite different to that.
So yeah, the other thing I just wanted to ask is the photographs that you had a minute ago showing of the rural nature. There was like one photograph by the other. Yeah, that's it. So no, the other one. There was another one. Sorry. That's it, yeah. So that, the bottom one, is that the actual barn in question at the moment? And the second point is looking into the trees on the right. That's either a window or a solar panel, I think, on a roof. Is that correct? So it's just, I just like trying to work out whether this is taken from the building, or is that the building that currently has the potential planning permission already on it?
No, this shot's been taken from just south of the application site. So that's the Linné barn that's got permission to be converted. The application site is just near where those large trees are. And yes, that's right. That's the nearest neighbour, which I think was known as Two Springs. Yeah, Two Springs on the other side of the road.
Thank you.
Go back to that one. It's the one over there. And that there.
Yeah. So it's that property there.
You okay with that one? Yeah?
Yes, thank you very much. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Yeah, just a point of clarification from me on the question that Councillor Eadie asked. That lean to extension, provided it's not connected to the barn, then that becomes permitted development. Is that right? If there's no connective doors into that, if it was converted, I'm talking about, then they wouldn't have to take it down.
I'd have to look at the approved plans to see whether the development could be completed with that still there. And I honestly don't recall what's on that real elevation. It is quite possible that it could be retained. It is also quite possible that some of it might. So, for argument's sake, if one of the window, if there was a proposed window, then that might be a different matter. But I honestly can't remember what that elevation is on the approved plan. So I don't believe, for one, I genuinely don't believe that it is an issue for for us to get involved at this moment of time. It's just not. It's not a problem.
Oh, sorry, I diverse because it's not that. That's not the application we're looking at anyway. Is it?
No,
We're
it
looking
isn't.
at a new
Correct.
further back the field. The barn is secondary, basically.
And there's in my opinion, it doesn't fetter the continual conversion of that barn.
Right. Okay, no further questions. Right, move on to the speakers. First of all, we have Mr. Mark Walker with some slides supporting. Thank you. Take a seat, sir. Take your time. When you're ready, you've got 3 minutes.
Super Chairman.
Oh.
Sorry to interrupt, but I understand that a councillor has left the room, and rather than allow the proceedings to continue for some time, and therefore he is then disbarred from continuing with involvement in the sorry, there's an echo. Can I suggest you pause until he returns, and then perhaps just repeat what the conversation you've just had with Mr. Weimer about the building?
Yeah, David, he's actually back in the room. So he's listening to what you've got to say.
Excellent. Thank you.
Thank you. David, you heard that. Councillor,
I did, yeah.
So you're going to be omitted from the rest of this meeting.
Unless
No.
Unless,
you can't vote.
Unless Mr. Weimer repeats what he said while he was out.
Oh, that's fine.
Which was the question.
I'm not asking the question.
To be honest, I don't think I've said anything I hadn't already previously said in respect to Councillor Eadie's question on the status of the converted barn in any event. So I don't believe you've missed anything at all.
That's fine. I'll withdraw that. Thank you. Right, sir. Sorry about that. We'll let you carry on. Don't forget your microphone.
Talent Meadow Farm is about encouraging biodiversity profitably, producing a range of products for local people. It's a small-scale, environmentally friendly farming business. South Hams electorate voted for change to counter increasing pollution and the harmful effects of global warming. Each application should be judged on its own merits. We have 2 existing planning permissions, which we could have converted over 3 years ago. Could I have slide 2, please? This is the reality of converting the Linhay. It decreases the number of habitats of wildlife. It's a narrow 2-storey building, presents access issues for wheelchair users. Past policy allowed for conversion. Far from protecting the Linhay's character, it effectively destroys it due to rectifying the 3-degree slope and the excessive glass. We would preserve the character visually and functionally. The Linhay lacks the benefits of solar gain due to its orientation, and the owners are not obliged to have renewable energy provision. Legal counsel opinion concurs that it is possible to stop the implementation of the Linhay to residential. Submitted plans, and I'm very grateful for Phil input, it is right at the forefront. A marginal increase as plans go at the moment. We would introduce or put plans forward to have no concrete if possible and no plasterboard. The erection of a new barn is essential for the farm processing, storage and maintenance functions carried out by the Linhay. If the Linhay is converted and the new barn built, the visual impact will be marked and unpopular. We have struggled to make our case against policy interpretation. Converting the Linhay is a material consideration, having disadvantages, each one significant, but together make an overwhelming case for allowing a suitable replacement. The application has major advantage for accessibility, biodiversity, energy efficiency, and minimal impact on the landscape. Slide 3, please. Unfortunately, Councillor McKay is not here, but in his role, this application would help him reduce the carbon footprint of the South Hams. We believe by supporting our application, we will achieve the most sensible, sustainable outcome for the environment, the community and future generations. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any questions for the speaker, please? Yeah.
Thank you. I think I'm being a bit slow on the uptake today, but are you saying that if this application were to be approved, then you wouldn't need to build the large modern barn?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Because we can use the linhay, which is its original function.
So, as far as you're aware, and maybe Phil will be able to update us on this, but do the carbon comparisons we've heard, in the event of the conversion of the linhay, do they include the construction of the modern barn?
No, they do not. Could I just say one thing on that?
Perhaps up to the
I
chairman.
am very grateful for Phil's input. The figures have been in the public domain since the end of September. We got a notification last Friday night of Phil's input. Phil and Steve, my architect, got together and I'm absolutely over the moon that we've managed to talk sensible terms. We've come to an agreement that it's incredibly difficult, it's leading edge, but we are pushing the boundaries of what's possible. Because if you think this is difficult, when I talk to building regs, it's going to be even more difficult. There is a problem. We want to get rid of all the concrete, and we can do that by using rammed earth tyres and sit a building on top of that. That removes all the concrete foundations from the base of the new building. We can actually change the constructions of the walls, which will have no effect on the outside look or the location, but will turn the walls into, they're basically sips, but for straw. And that can be done for the same for the roof and the same, and do meet, according to the manufacturers, the U value recommendation. So we are pushing the bounds. We were hoping to work together with South Hams planning for this. As I say, we have struggled. But I'm so grateful for what's come out in the last 2 days.
And just to follow up, we heard that the conversion of the barn would sort of guarantee or secure its future. Would you propose under this application, you're proposing to retain and perhaps improve the linhay as an agricultural building?
The top left picture is the linhay as it is probably a couple of years ago now. It's very difficult to see, but the linhay actually slopes. There are no foundations to it, and it slopes 3 degrees. And it's very, very difficult from the original planning permission to actually pick that up. But to get the building on a level basis, you have to increase the south gable by over 1 metre. It is in the original plans that were passed. That would change the perspective of the building and all sorts of things. The structural engineer that we employed immediately after, or during when we were buying it, said that the only way to keep this building structurally tight is to use the tallet floor, which is the floor on which the hay was kept to feed the animals that were underneath. We have done that. We've spent probably £20,000 on doing that by the wall plate at the back, because the west wall was falling out. We had to extend all the main beams across. Now, Liz did see these, and they are particularly important when you think about whether our planning has been implemented on that one. You did mention the stuff at the back. We were advised to put some buttresses up against the west wall because gravity is having a great effect and it's pulling it down. This report from the parish council alludes to the fact that before we bought it, and I didn't realise this, the place had not been cared for by the owner. I want this. There are 36 linhays listed in the local area southwest. It's a traditional southwest building. I take a great pride in that everything we've done to this building, including what you can see on the right-hand side of the linhay, next to the right of the lean-to roof, That's the work I've done. They are new, a new fascia. We've used lime mortar. We've used everything we possibly can. The problem with this roof, which is a classic tin roof, which came about at the end of the First World War, because it used to be not slate as proposed in the conversion, but was long thatch, because the building is structurally not capable of taking any heavy weight. So we will do everything in our power, working with the listed building officer, with whoever, to keep this as it is. I wouldn't be here. 3 years ago, I could have converted to this. I think this is worth fighting for. And I'm sorry that I'm having to come up against a planning department in this way. I hate it. I'd much rather work together.
Before I move on to Councillor Hodgson, I'll ask
just for clarity, Councillor Rake, you asked a question about would the agricultural building still be required. If this application was approved, it is on the same site as the approved agricultural building, so it would not be possible to continue with the agricultural building because this building will be on the same site.
Thank you. We want to use this.
Sorry, I don't think that was quite my question. My question was, would it be still required if the Linné were to be converted?
So I misunderstood the question.
No, sorry. So it seems to me, just so for clarity, or perhaps more completeness, the two options are a conversion of the Linné with the new agricultural building, or this application with the Linné being preserved as an agricultural building and enhanced. From what's been said, that's my understanding of the current situation.
I would agree that's what's in front of you at the moment.
Councillor Hodgson.
Yeah. Thank you. A simple question, really, regarding questions I put to the officer. Would you be willing to take an agricultural tie?
We tried the agricultural tie based on a pre-app, and we were told quite categorically that we couldn't do a replacement dwelling. You were there at the last DMC meeting. We were told by Mr. Weimer that a replacement dwelling route was possible. That's why we went down this route.
Come back to Mr. Weimer if I may on this one.
Councillor, I genuinely don't believe an agricultural tie would be appropriate, because I'm not sure whether the applicant would comply with an agricultural tie, and I don't believe, because that's what happened last time, is that there is sufficient justification on that specific holding to justify an agricultural tie. So I don't think it would get you where you need to be, or where I think you'd want to be.
If I may come back, I mean, this is a kind of a bit more of a bit wider philosophical discussion, which I won't do now. But I do think that there's a real need to review how we look at rural environment and how we look at rural livelihoods. And I think that the current sort of like big one, as we all see, about farmers sort of like slaving night and day in their cowshed, delivering calves all through the early winter time, and all the rest of it, all these all scenarios. I mean, people are moving away from that. That's why the average age of farming of that kind of nature is like in the mid-60s, because younger generations want to do it differently. And I kind of feel that there's a way that we need to look at the rural landscape, especially when it's very close to, villages. It's like probably going back to what we would have seen some years ago if we hadn't had this massive big landowner takeover, where you would have smaller rural enterprises. And
I think that
maybe we can think about
it's not
that.
a question.
Well, it's kind of a question. Is can we consider that? Can we consider outside of the box?
The difficulty is that the framework for dealing with planning applications is they should be determined in accordance with the development plan. If you want to investigate a change in policy, which is I think you're saying, then that really is a matter for when the local plan review is done, and look for it in terms of altering policy rather than doing it excuse me, rather than do it on a piecemeal basis, on an ad hoc application by application. I think the council needs to set out. I don't disagree with you in terms of the absolute change in the way agricultural holdings are going. But it needs to be through policy context, so that then all applications can be determined within that framework rather than on ad hoc. So I think it's one for the local plan review, I would suggest.
All right, Councillor. Councillor Ely. Yeah.
Thank you. Just to be clear, the double garage is also was that included in your assessment when it came to the environmental impact as well, Phil? Or was it much like barn? It wasn't.
My understanding is that no, that wasn't included. I mean, to be fair, the assessment of both buildings were very much just done on a building basis. So similarly, the new building, the impact of the hard standing and parking area, none of that was included either. So it was just it was the physical structure of the buildings.
Is the main garage included within this current application?
Sorry, but we're asking questions of the speaker rather than direct.
Forgive me. Is the garage also included in this?
Turn your microphone on for your answer. Turn your microphone on.
We have full permission for everything on there, plus 140 square metres of tarmac, which was in our thing. Those weren't included, is my understanding, because it was literally building for building. So, as I say, the reality is that.
And therefore, in your new scheme, what in this list that we have in front of us is included for my benefit?
Can you go on to slide 3, please? So, that's 4. That's 3. We will end up with 2 buildings. We will end up with preserving the working linhay, and I think it was lime washed, so it will end up as white. And you will see, according to the visual impact survey, nobody can see that. The house behind Two Springs, there are 2 huge hedges between it. There will be enough screening put in place, as I hope you can realise my eco credentials are quite high. We will do everything in power. This cannot be seen from the road.
Thank you. And so in which case, when we're comparing the green credentials of both schemes, they're not comparable based on Phil's
building for building, absolutely great. And I'm so pleased that we've got to
scheme
this
for
level.
scheme, they're different. They're not comparable because we don't have the information.
Nowhere near.
Fine. Thank you.
Good job. Yes, Councillor Allen.
Hi. From my understanding, because the Phil Baker's assessment has only come out recently.
Monday.
Monday.
Well, we got it
very
Friday.
recently,
Yeah.
effectively. That you'll be happy to work with this new understanding to improve the carbon impact.
We would
of
like
your
to
building.
work with the whole of the planning department to make this an exemplar building.
Yeah. So
This-
sort of using this new data to improve the thing.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, that's great because it's very
Absolutely.
difficult because this data's come out so recently. It's been quite difficult for you to react. So I mean, yeah. Thank you. That's limited.
Councillor Allen, thank you. Any other questions? No. So thank you, sir. Another one. Any others?
You don't, Councillor, did you have a question?
I did have a question. I did have a quick question.
All right.
I did have a quick question. I don't know if it's a planning question, but very quickly, is this building for you to live in? Where?
Not that I'm nervous. If you can go on to slide 1 again. The easy answer is when you see this, that's 2. Slide 1, please. This is an amazing site. We've put in so much hard work. We've put in 1,500 trees. We've re-established 2 hedge banks. We've put in 5 ponds, willows. There's no way you're going to get me out of here once I'm in, unless I go to more compost locally as a green burial.
Okay. Thank you very much. We'll move on then. Thank you very much. Yeah. Now I think we got a statement by the who's it?
Ermington Parish.
Ermington Parish Council, but I think Dan.
No, Clark's going to.
Oh, Clark's going to read this one. God, I'm confused completely.
Dan's doing the next one.
Oh, Dan's doing the next one. Apologies.
That's fine. Thank you, Chair. Ermington Parish Council considered this application at their October 2023 meeting and unanimously agreed it's far more beneficial than the pre-existing permissions it will replace. We welcome all contributions to our discussions, invite parishioners to attend our meetings and have consulted many. The comments recorded on the planning portal reflect wider held views and demonstrate an overwhelming majority in support of the application. In 2017, Budlake Linhay was falling down and the former owners did not wish to keep it as an agricultural building. The new owners are offering to restore the Linhay and keep it for agricultural use, rather than convert it to a residential house, by which conversion it will surely lose much of its character and charm. Ermington Parish Council believe we should enthusiastically seize this opportunity, as it is a fine example of historic agricultural building of which there are now so few remaining. Like many old stone barns, the Linhay is also a haven for small insects, birds and plants, which conversion to a warm insulated house would destroy. The Parish Council believe it would be much better to sympathetically renovate and enable it to continue use as a functional agricultural building whilst retaining its character, open appearance and important wildlife habitat. This will then also remove the need to blight the valley with a huge unsightly new barn. The applicant's proposals for the management of the site embody the sort of small-scale, sustainable agricultural transition in farming practices needed to help combat climate change, and building an eco-house and sympathetically renovating the Linhay are consistent with these ideals. We appreciate the difficulty faced by both the applicant and officers in fitting this unique application within the planning framework. For example, the village boundary is not clearly defined. The proposed eco-home is between the Linhay, which already has permission for conversion to a residential dwelling, and Budlake. It is also almost directly opposite Two Springs on the other side of the road, therefore being surrounded on three sides by buildings. We believe it is an infill site and a modest eco-house built there will appropriately fill the gap and consolidate the area of buildings to better define the village boundary. We welcome officers acknowledging the lack of sustainable transport options serving the locality and that the national speed limit on the local narrow lanes make pedestrian travel dangerous. However, parishioners regularly walk past the site on the way to Whipple's Cross and the bridle path to undertake the circular walk around the village via Fleet Western Lodge Crossroads, Ford and Hollowcombe Cross to join the Valley Trail. The few objectors have not attended our meetings to contribute to our discussion and appear to wish to keep the site as is, without change. They do not address the impact previous permissions to convert the Linhay into a residential property and build a new barn would have visually on the valley, the village boundaries and local transport issues. Also, the large windows included in the 2017 permission would cause considerable additional light pollution, whereas the new application applies dark skies principles. Given the existing permissions to convert the Linhay to a house and build a new agricultural barn where the eco-house is proposed, we ask you to consider that the trade-off of previous permissions for the right to build a modest eco-home to modern building standards is the best outcome for both the applicant and the community. To conclude, Ermington Parish Council believe the proposals you have before you today improve upon previous permissions and include many forward-thinking, environmentally friendly ideas. They are far more aesthetic pleasing, a fit better within the rural environment whilst also satisfying more recent policy, building standards for accessibility and improved energy efficiency. Knowing the site well and having considered all the viewpoints, Ermington Parish Council are firmly in support of the application and ask the Development Management Committee members to approve, as this is the best outcome for Ermington. Thank you for your time and considering our comments on behalf of Ermington Parish Council.
Thank you very much. Considering you're here, I don't think you can ask any questions. So we now can move on.
Chairman, thank you. Knowing that Councillor De Winter couldn't be at today's meeting, I sought the permission of the monitoring officer as a neighbouring ward member to speak on her behalf, and that permission was given by Mr Fairburn, and Mr Weimer is aware of that as well. So this is above board, Chairman, you'll be glad to know. Councillor De Winter gave me permission to, she gave me her statement and she gave me permission to read those bits that were relevant, bearing in mind Mr Baker has obviously contributed today, and then also to add any comments based on what's happened this morning, and that's what I plan to do with your permission, Chairman. So, as District Councillor for Ermington and Ugborough, I wish to add my support to this planning application, writes Councillor De Winter. The current council was elected on a number of environmental pledges, including to increase biodiversity and to reduce CO2 emissions. This development strives to do both of these, as well as addressing issues of light pollution and being accessible for people with disabilities. Within SPT1 is a clause stating that heritage assets are to be protected. This application seeks to protect a linhay, a type of farm building found particularly in Devon, and hence I would argue a heritage asset which is important to preserve for future generations. SPT1 states that development makes efficient use of previously developed sites. The extant planning permission for this location from 2017 means that the new dwelling will be on a site previously given over to the building of a barn, hence the point Councillor Rake was making. No additional agricultural or greenfield site will be lost over what was agreed in 2017. SPT1 states that gains in biodiversity should be achieved by protecting and enhancing species habitats, which is what this development is designed to do. SPT1 also states that pollution and the adverse environmental impacts of a development are minimised and effectively mitigated where unavoidable. The description by the applicant of his plan has shown that this will be adhered to, even as far as considering light pollution. SPT1 states that local distinctiveness and sense of place is respected, maintained and strengthened through high standards of design. This development may not be similar to local building styles, but it seeks to blend as much as possible into the natural surroundings and certainly employs high standards of designs. SPT2 states that energy use should be reduced through design and energy efficiency, which again this design meets. In TTV1 it is stated that in the countryside development will only be permitted if it can be demonstrated to support the principles of sustainable development, where the evidence presented today has shown how the development does this. TTV26 states that isolated development in the countryside will only be permitted in circumstances such as where it would secure the long-term future and viable use of a significant heritage asset. The linhay, Councillor De Winter argues, is a heritage asset. It is up to the committee to decide if it's significant, but it would be a shame if these structures were unnecessarily altered or allowed to decline. Dev 20 has two elements which I believe are achieved by this design. For example, the use of material and design that are resilient to their context and will endure over time, and delivering landscape design that's appropriate to the location of the development. Dev 21 focuses on the heritage impact of a development, in particular the need to sustain the local character and distinctiveness of an area by conserving and, where appropriate, enhancing its historic environment. I believe that renovation of the linhay achieves this. And then the last point is the point I'm going to make in response to what you've already heard, which is whenever I address this committee, I always do so by saying that I think the officers have an exceptionally difficult job. When I read law years ago, my constitutional law professor told me the hardest thing you can do is write litigation. The hardest thing you can do is to write rules, because rules have got to apply across every situation. And what we all know is that the rules can't possibly apply across every situation. It's really, really difficult to do that. I think the challenge we've got today is you've heard from the applicant that what he could have done, what he could already have done, is manifestly different to what he would like to do. And Councillor De Winter argues, the Parish Council argue, and I argue with them, that what the applicant wants to achieve here is so much better than what he could have done 3 years ago. So much better. The idea that another barn could go up in Ermington, and the linhay could be turned into a house, it seems to me, the common sense decision seems to me to be that far better would be the protection of the linhay in the form in which it was designed, and the building of a house that seems to be an exemplar of what we as a district council are trying to achieve. Now, there was a lot of talk about the boundary, which I know you raised the question of, Councillor Abbott. I mean, those of us that know Ermington will know that had you brought that map out a little further, you would have seen that the settlement boundary in Ermington actually looks more like that, because to the south of the picture we saw runs the A3121, the main road, along which there are a number of houses. And if you were to go geographically south from the site we're looking at, you would find the A3121, and you would probably find Plantation House, the big restaurant come hotel on the A3121. So actually, the settlement boundaries, councillors, are not as simple as square boxes. They really aren't. I think that's a really important consideration. Pattern of development is the sort of pattern in Ermington I would suggest that would be drawn by a child. It really isn't a straight line. Mr. Baker's input is great, and I was really pleased to hear that the applicant thinks so too. But I think what's been demonstrated by that is quite what a fabulously well thought out project we're looking at here. I mean, I've sat and listened to lots of development management committees, both here and in another place. I've never seen that level of detail provided to a committee before. I mean, Councillor De Winter wants to support this. I want to support it with her. I think there are so many reasons for us to find reasons to recommend it, and I really hope the committee can manage to do that today. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Thomas. I think Councillor Pannell would like to ask you a question.
No.
Any questions for Councillor Thomas? No, they don't want to speak to you again, Councillor. Thank you.
It's all right to speak now.
No, that's right.
I have a question for the officers, if I may,
Yeah.
to guide us. Clearly, I think a number of us would dearly like to see the Linhay preserved. In that day, which I hope is in the long distant future when Mr. Walker becomes compost and the site passes on to someone else, in the ownership of someone else, what restrictions can we place to protect the Linhay from permitted development rights or other rights to stop it being expanded, developed in the way that it has permission at the moment?
In terms of permitted development rights, if they were removed when the barn was granted permission for conversion, then they have been removed. It's not possible with this application to then remove permitted development rights for another dwelling that's already there, albeit the permitted development rights aren't there until it is a dwelling, but you can't then move PD rights. I understand, in case I was correct wrong, that the applicants have offered a Section 106 agreement that if this is approved, they will not then pursue, if that's the right word, continue with the conversion of the Linhay. I think it would be a challenge if, say, decades down the line, and I'd have to also make the assumption that fundamentally planning policy hasn't changed at that point, which in itself is probably a little bit of a stretch, because I think we all accept that planning policy inevitably will change with that. But let's for the purpose of the question, let's assume that the policy for converting heritage barns, because I do consider this to be a heritage, it is a traditional barn, I do consider it to be a heritage asset. And I'm starting to ramble, for which I apologise. So if you, Section 106 agreements should only restrict things where there's a material planning reason to do so. If not, they are themselves unlawful. There is an argument to say that there's a material planning reason, because what's put in front of you is that the proposed dwelling results in a better outcome for the wider site for a number of reasons, not least because it enables the heritage asset to be preserved in its more, I wouldn't say original form, because I don't know, I'm assuming it's relatively original, but I don't know what previous owners did to it, but let's say in its current form. And there's no doubt in my mind that actually, if it was retained in its current form, yes, it is better for the heritage asset than if it was converted through the approved scheme. So yes, that could be that 106, in theory, would then stop that being converted. The difficulty is, I think there's certainly an arguable case that if someone in the future came along and said, well, actually, what that Section 106 is doing is it's preventing the conversion of a heritage barn where your planning policy says that's acceptable. So you're preventing something that, and it clearly is acceptable, because the council has granted permission before. So how it will all depend on what planning policy is at the time, and whether the council would be able to argue, well, the 106 did serve a planning purpose, therefore we are going to resist that being lifted, even though the conversion would be in accordance with planning policy. So I think there is a case to be made that the 106 does stop the conversion of that, but how an authority would deal with it, let's say decades to come, because I've got no doubt that what the applicant has said to you is absolutely their intentions going forward. I'm not trying to suggest otherwise, but whether that protection would still be there in years to come will depend on really what planning policy is there and how the law or the regulations have moved around Section 106 agreements, because how they're policed now compared to how they were 15 years ago is again chalk and cheese. But what's been offered is a Section 106 to prevent, no, not prevent, just to cease going further forward with that conversion.
And as things stand now, that is enforceable and we can enforceable for the foreseeable future.
Well, for the first, and I'm sure Mr. Fairbairn would jump in if I got this wrong, for the foreseeable, so for the first 5 years, Section 106 can only be varied with the council's agreement, and if the council doesn't agree, that's the end of it. After that 5 years, if the council an application is made, if the council doesn't agree, then you can go through a tribunal. For the first 5 years, absolutely, you've got no. If the council didn't agree, if there wasn't an agreement, then it wouldn't be lifted.
Yeah, Mr. Fairbairn.
Thank you, Chair. Only to add that within the first 5 years, it is possible that any decision not to release the planning obligation could be subject to judicial review. The test is the same within the first 5 years, whether it serves a useful purpose or not. But just to make it clear that there is an avenue by which that a decision could be challenged, but it's an unlikely one. It's the right of appeal against that decision only applies after 5 years. Prior to 5 years, then the decision is one that could be challenged in the courts through judicial review. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. That's answered my questions. I think that's some helpful guidance. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll take that as part of the discussion. Okay.
Sorry, just to clarify, the proposed S106 agreement is not to pursue 276717, but there's nothing that would preclude coming forward with a different proposal for the Linhay in it.
I would probably want to take some advice before answering that. Certainly, the 106 would prevent the continued conversion under the existing planning permission. I would probably want to take some advice from the legal officer whether a 106, whether a obligation within a 106 can prevent a further planning application being put forward to convert it. My suspicion is it can't, but my suspicion would also be that the authority would, if it came in front of this committee, I think you would give it short shrift if an application came in relatively swiftly to convert it. But
Mr. Fairbairn, would you like to come in on that one, please?
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. I think Mr. Weimer's right. A planning obligation can only be imposed, or in terms of a planning obligation, can only restrict the development or use of land in a specified way. It can require specified operations or activity to be carried out in or on under the land. It can require the land to be used in a specified way, and it can require sums of money to be paid. But it can't prevent an application coming forward for something else. What it could do is obviously restrict the use of the Linhay to in connection with the adjoining property or something like that. I think if you're minded to approve, then the terms of the Section 106 would need some greater exploration. So either to adjourn the application to, or defer or delegate the agreement of the Section 106 agreement to Mr. Weimer, be my suggestion. Thank you, Chairman.
Yeah, Mr. Weimer.
Can I just add that I would expect the 106 to also take away to make sure that the application couldn't come in under Class Q for the building as well as a. So I think that it would just need some careful thought to make sure that it delivers what I think members want it to deliver, and I don't think that's something we can. The detailed formal words isn't something we're going to be able to absolutely nail in this meeting straight away.
So is your proposal that we actually defer this one?
No.
No.
No, I'm certainly not suggesting this. I'm certainly not suggesting this is deferred. I'm suggesting that the decision is made today. But if and the officer recommendation hasn't changed, but if members are minded to approve, then my recommendation would be that any approval is a delegated approval to officers to sort out the Section 106, the detailed conditions, and that would be with, I would suggest, chairman, vice chairman, proposer, seconder, ward member to agree the conditions and agree the 106. So no, I wouldn't. I don't think I do believe that can be dealt with afterwards, but I don't think it would be reasonable for the applicant for this to be deferred and then agree a Section 106, still not knowing what the member's decision is going to be. So I believe the decision should be made today.
Councillor Jackson.
Yeah, thank you. I mean, actually, it was Class Q I was going to raise. Sorry, do you want me to not speak? Oh, okay.
You just got your name wrong.
You were called Councillor Jackson.
I thought you called me Councillor Jackie, which I'm kind of used to. Anyway, so what? Yes, I was going to suggest about the Class Q and how that can be effectively quashed. And I suppose if that's listed in the 106 about Class Q, you know, the development rights of Class Q are no longer effective, or worse to that effect, and the other permitted development is also quashed, then that surely kind of just cuts that out, and that means that, you know. And the other thing I was going to just say was about the metrics is that maybe this is part of the discussion, but it's the metrics of biodiversity net gain have not been mentioned, and obviously what we've heard about is the natural environment benefits of that building. It's not just of heritage; it's the natural heritage too that seems to be part of that, and maybe that's something that needs to come somewhere into this as well.
As we've had a number of appeal decisions where when we've granted planning permission for a new agricultural building, there's a condition put on saying shall only be used for agricultural purposes and no other purposes whatsoever, and that's been argued at appeal that it doesn't prevent Class Q, and authorities have been successful in defending that position. So I'm extremely confident that within either a condition or no, it would have to be 106, but within the 106 we can effectively take away the PD right for converting the barn to a dwelling through any permitted development use. I'm quite confident that we can do that because we've done it on other examples. I would, and on the second point, if members are minded to approve, I would also anticipate that there would be a condition around asking for a scheme to demonstrate biodiversity net gain. I've got no doubt that wouldn't be that much of a challenge given the land holding and given what the land is. I suspect there's already plans afoot that would demonstrate that they're just carrying on with what they're doing to deliver it. But we just need to dot I's, cross T's with the condition.
Thank you. Councillor Bonham.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. And there's a lot of complexity to this one, it seems to me. And I'm very much in sympathy with the officer that's made a very clear statement, it seems to me, that this application doesn't comply with policy. But on the other hand, there's a lot of mitigating factors I think we can all see in terms of the biodiversity. Can I carry on? Yes. In terms of there's a lot of mitigating factors in terms of the biodiversity net gain, maybe of the land, the retention of the Lynn Hay for agricultural purposes, the other barn that doesn't need to be built, and so on. But I think we've got a bit of a problem in this meeting because I don't see how we can really guarantee those things are going to happen. Maybe the S106 will help. Maybe there should be an environmental management plan on the land. Maybe there'll be a recalculation of the carbon neutrality. Those three things seem to be, to me, quite open questions still. I'd love to see great answers on those things. And I think if we saw some very positive answers on those three aspects, my feeling is that we'd be very keen to support this application. Certainly I would. But I'm struggling at the moment because I don't see those hard facts in front of me. And I'm wondering whether this is a kind of application that we might be better to defer, to ask the applicant to spend more time looking at the carbon neutrality calculation. There hasn't been much time for that, to really put a very strong proposal in on that front and on the biodiversity, maybe with a statement around how the land is going to be used in the longer term, and making sure that we've got a really watertight agreement around the fact that there'll be no second residential building on this site. Because I agree with a comment, I think, from Councillor Hodgson, that we need to work out how to deal with these applications, and we need to set some examples on the kind of applications that are net positive for the environment that we will approve, and perhaps more work needs to be done to make sure that we can see it, and then we're in a better state to approve, having got all the facts in front of us. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Abbott.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Ms. Payne, for your professional input, for which we are absolutely dependent and upon which I take a lot of store. I'm sorry that there's a but coming, and that's.
We only thank you when we don't like what you say. But the statement put out by Councillor De Winter, which argues for so many of the policies which we have here as being interpretable.
Yeah.
Okay. From another perspective, leads us as to why we're here at all, and it isn't just cut and dried. And my leanings are to go towards accepting this development. I wouldn't put it off. It's been 3 years. One is never sure of the future and the way things would go. But this committee continues, and so things can be brought to this committee before, and whether it's us or in the future other people, they will take the decision on the evidence presented before them. In fact, I'll go as far as to say that I propose the acceptance of the build contrary to the officer's recommendation.
I'll second that.
Yeah, I'll pass that over to Mr. Weimer.
Councillor Hodgson, did you say second it?
Indeed, I did.
You're not going to be surprised to hear me coming back and saying, I understand that, but we'll need some planning reasons as for the reason why. Now, if I can perhaps help you a little bit on the basis of what's been said so far. I think a number of members through questions have suggested that the development would result in a better heritage outcome because of the Linné being retained as it is. And I think you've also suggested that it's there's a better visual impact, or a lesser visual impact, because it's two buildings. It's getting rid of the big barn and keeping the Linné as it is. So that is two. And I think those things you might want to reflect on. I'm less persuaded at the moment by the carbon savings, because they appear to be very, very similar. I'm not for 1 minute knocking the level of information provided or knocking what's come forward, but I think in terms of looking at in policy terms, I don't believe we've got a planning policy that says you cannot do that and do that. If it's now, whether that policy happens in the next iteration of the local plan, but we need to be dealing with this in terms of the policy it is at the moment. And I think the heritage of visual impact is a stronger argument for going against policy than the carbon credentials of one versus the other.
Thank you. Right, I'll do this in order. Councillor Panel first. Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
You want to come in?
Oh, it's just. Sorry. Go on.
Do you want me to say some now?
I think before. Amelia, correct me if I'm wrong, but it's been proposed. A motion has been proposed and seconded. Yeah. We do need to have reasons for that, and I think before other members add to the debate, I think it would be useful if they knew what your reasons were for the contrary officer recommendation.
Can I just ask, can we add the conditions that you have set out about the 106?
Well, my assumption is that it would be my assumption is the proposal is delegated approval to head of development management in consultation with proposer, seconder, chairman, vice chairman, to agree conditions and a 106 agreement in respect of going forward with the existing Linné.
Or not going forward.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah.
So sorry, that was an assumption I had made. Correct me if I'm.
So I see distinct advantages in having the Linné preserved as a barn instead of as a house. I do agree with that suggestion. I think we've got other issues, and my colleague will also join in a moment. But the statements made by Councillor De Winter were saying that on all of these policies there is a different interpretation, so that Ms. Payne has produced an argument based upon those and a suggested way forward is equalled by those in Councillor De Winter's arguments so I would like them to form part of the argument. On accessibility, from the very centre of the village, the crossroads, it's an odd thing. I would say it's a bit like a Starfish, Ermington. It's got these roads going out with development along them. But from the central square is less than 400 metres to this proposed house, and that is walkable. It's a quiet road. Yes, it's on the national delimit sign. People don't drive up there at 60. It is a walkable road, and it is walked upon. So that is something in its favour. What we have already is evidence of diversity in the countryside. It's going on, and to be fed something in a minute. And I think that must be something that supports this application, that will be continue well. So the pattern of development, I can't make that up on my. You'll have to do it, Jackie. But it is true that I don't see this house as being outside of the development as currently exists in Ermington, both upon this road and the other roads. There is, if Ermington was to become the new Ivy Bridge, I would expect it to be filled in between those star fish roads, but this in itself, I just think it's within the development that is there at the moment. If you can make anything of what I've said, good for you.
Mr. Weimer.
He's shaking his head.
I suppose my challenge to you, Councillor, would be, from what I've heard today, if in front of us we had a bog standard modern dwelling without the eco credentials and without the changes to the linea, I don't believe members would be giving it a second thought. I think it's the other things that are coming forward with this application that is tipping the balance for you. And I really personally
has the answers to
so, but I really struggle if as a council we are saying this is within the village, because the number of other sites that are similar to this on every other settlement we've got, I think will cause us would certainly cause me some angst. I understand Councillor Hodgson's point from earlier around we need to revisit how we're doing those, absolutely, but that really ought to be through the local plan process rather than ad hoc. Now, I totally agree with you not necessarily agree, but I certainly accept that there's in ways heavily in its favour are heritage and landscape. I'm really struggling with this is within the village point personally.
Okay, thank you. When I did my when I was at college for ecology, when ecology makes changes, you have like lots of little changes that happen, and then all of a sudden there's a quantum change, and that informs, those little changes inform the bigger change. And I would mirror that. You know, that's what happens in natural species and selection, etc. And I would mirror that with what's going on really with, and it's in particular at the moment where we've got this, you know, accelerating understanding. And in fact, the COP 2028 has just kind of declared and actually agreed with what we were all hoping for, which is, well, not as good as it could have been, but pretty good in terms of fossil fuels. And I think this is, you know, the rules often follow the natural changes that we, you know, the society recognises the direction of where we're going and need to go. And unfortunately, often the rules are, you know, become a problem rather than a support. And I mean, I know, I mean, it must be really difficult for planning officers in this council at the moment, because in my view, and I never approved the JLP in the first place because I thought it didn't support what I would call a sustainable settlement pattern, because it did suburbia and then it did, you know, left isolated hamlets, which traditionally have always had organic growth. And for me, this is actually a natural example of organic growth. That linea wasn't there doing nothing on its own with just some wildlife. That was a part of a farming system. And it's like, you know, and that farming system hasn't gone away, but it's actually just changing slightly. And I mean, I've had it put in front of me, this in case people wonder what the bit of paper was that was put in front. There's a bus service and there's a footpath on the A3121, which is within accessibility. So, you know, our SPT1 and SPT1 and 2 talk about sustainability. Sustainability is how people move around. If Mr. Walker needs to do what he's doing on that piece of land, he's at the moment presumably either living in a caravan on site, or he's got to drive there or walk there, or maybe whether he's living in the village, I don't know, maybe he just, you know, walks up there daily. And so, you know, it's not going to make a lot of difference if he's living on site, because he still isn't, you know, going to be using his car less. If he's living far away, then he's going to have to drive in, but that will stop if he's living on site. So sustainability can be measured in those terms. But in terms of like the location, I think there is an opportunity for us to, apply our discretionary powers on this committee to say that, this is ticking a lot of really good boxes. And in terms of sustainability, it's giving us a model of where we need to go. And models are some of the hardest things to start to to change the culture. And I would hope that our JLP review that was actually overdue. We promised 2 years ago it was going to be this year, and so we are behind ourselves. And I think I hope that it will really reflect much more about how we understand buildings and development needs to reflect what we need to do to actually change the pattern of our lifestyles, etc. And all as I was saying earlier about rural living and how rural meets our current needs, including providing our local food. So I would say that's how we need to try and construct this this approval to kind of recognise some of that, because otherwise we're kind of neutering ourselves to actually be able to reflect on some of the decisions we've taken and applications that we've had to actually inform our review of the joint local plan. Anyway, back to this one. I would say that it is a sustainable development. I think it is a sustainable site. It's within walking distance of the built form of the hamlet or village centre that we identify as Ermington. It does have sustainable transport measures available through this bus service and the footpath on the A3121. And I think also in terms of what's being it's becoming a model for future developments of climate considerations of buildings. And I think the delegated approval with the senior planning officer, I think would actually meet those needs, because as Mr. Walker described when he was asking questions, he was talking about perhaps reconsidering the foundations rather than concrete of rammed earth tyres, which is the Earthship principle, which has been tried and tested since the 70s as a very eco-friendly way of actually doing modular building. So there's a lot of learning potentially in this application, and I think that's why I'm seconding it. And I hope that's given enough
Thank you,
reason.
Councillor Allen. I'll come to you in a minute because I've got a little list here.
No, it's fine.
No, that's fine.
You're happy. Let's be me next.
Yes, yes. Okay.
Yes, I have a lot of sympathy for our officers in this instance. It's a very difficult situation for them. It clearly doesn't comply with a lot of our policies, and I don't believe it is in the settlement area. Or I think we're going on very dangerous ground if we say, well, anything within 400 metres of the centre of settlement is fair game for development. I totally oppose that. So I don't agree with Councillor Abbott. And I don't think that is an issue here. I think we're dealing with a specific site and a specific case, and I think we should be very clear that that's why we're doing it. I don't think the carbon issue either comes into it, because we've heard that it sort of equalises out on terms of the development. Biodiversity, I think, on biodiversity grounds, it seems to me that everything that we could want is going on this site for biodiversity gain. What I do think is the key issue is which is better, to develop the Linné as we've seen with the permission that's already been granted, or to preserve the historic Linné, protect it, and allow a smaller dwelling or a small dwelling. Probably isn't. I think the footprint was actually bigger, wasn't it? So a modest building on a nearby plot, which is going to be tucked away and will allow the development of the Linné to fall away, I think would be a good thing. And so I'll support it on those grounds. But I think we should be doing it on the specific reasons of the advantages of one over the other on this specific site, not just saying, oh, well, there's development around there for what anybody could develop.
Okay. Councillor Allen, at last. Yeah, if we can.
So everything's been said now.
Yeah, that's right. If everything's been said, then that's fine.
Sorry?
If everything's been already said, that's fine.
Going.
Yeah, I got it.
I suppose I'm responding to Councillor Bonham to say that, we're sort of following the recommendations of the village parish, ward members, supporters. We have to look at every single one of these cases that come before us on its own merits, which is the entire point of this committee, as I understand it. I understand that the comment about, you know, would we have approved this? Would we be supporting this if it was a different kind of development? Maybe not. However, we're taking it on its merit. For me, I say no to everything. I'm a NIMBY, as I've recently discovered, I suppose, in many ways in terms of villages, because I think a SWIMBY, apologies. That was my next point. This is a SWIMBY situation here. And for me, you know, the particular one that stands out, apart from all the good activities that seem to be going on this site, and I'm sure will continue to go on, is the protection of the Linhay. It's really important. You know, it's fantastic to see somebody actually stepping up and saying this is a building worth preserving. And you can take it, again, on its merits. He's already proven, if this is the way we want to look at it, that he's true to his word. He's already been planting trees. He's already restored the Linhay. He's clearly been somebody that the village council wants to support. I don't think that we, in this position where we don't know him and we don't know the land particularly, are in a position to say that the village is wrong in this, because he's done what he said he's going to. So if we have to form a basis looking at it and its merits, I think he's probably proven to us that he's you know, that they're as good as their word. So I too would like to support this as a committee member, looking at this as we've been presented it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Allen. Councillor Nix.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I'd like to thank the officers for their great overview and the quick work that's gone on with the carbon stuff as well. I agree with Councillor Pannell that we need to take it by case by case, and also with Councillor Allen. I'd also like to see one of the conditions, as in the officer's report of 4.1, about if we were to approve this, that we had a pre-commencement condition securing further reptile and amphibian surveys on that site, as recommended by the officer. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yeah, Councillor Reg, I'll come back to you. Just this is the last one, and then I'll let Mr. Weimer round it off.
Thank you, Chair. I mean, Mr. Weimer asked for help on planning reasons that that we should, and I'm not sure that I've heard anything sort of specific. But I mean, it does seem to me that the question of the location of this site outside the village rather falls away, because we were told earlier that the residential permission, the extant residential permission, was brought the added benefit of securing the future of the Linhay. But we've established that there can be a residence there, and what better way to preserve the future of the Linhay than to preserve it as a Linhay? The other thing that hasn't particularly been touched on, but is accessibility, direct accessibility for disabled people to the property. None of us are getting any younger, and if we build accessible buildings now, they'll be there for the future. And I think that it's clearly, you know, so those are my two ha'porth.
Thank you very much. Is there anyone else before I move on to Mr. Weimer? No? Okay, Mr. Weimer, it's your turn.
Thank you. I think there's enough there for officers to put together the reasons for going against officer recommendation. I think it's fundamentally going to be a race, and I can't remember which member said it, but I think it might have been Councillor Pannell. The question is fundamentally which is better, the fallback or what's in front of us now. So I think fundamentally what most of you are saying is what's in front of us now results in a better outcome for the site than what's there, what the permission is at the moment. So that being the case, we'll do some planning words around that to form the reason. There's any other question I've got is in terms of conditions. It was mentioned earlier on, and it was certainly mentioned by the the applicant, I'm assuming that one of the conditions would be around making sure that the proposal did provide what it's saying it's going to provide in terms of its green credentials, for want of a better say. So I'd expect that would be a condition. I'd also expect some further work to be. I think there was further work being developed. Other than that, I've got nothing else to say. But with your permission, Chair, can we have a very swift 2-minute adjournment? I've got a question for the applicant and his agent that really ought to be outside of public debate before we go to the vote.
Okay, we got a 2-minute adjournment. Councillor Panel. I'm going to again.
Sorry for that, members. I just had a question of clarity. I need to sort out in my mind. That's been addressed. No, nothing else for me to bring to you. So.
Councillor Bonham.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. So just in terms of trying to move this forward in a positive way, I wonder if we can add some conditions or thoughts around the further work on the carbon positive outcome of the building itself. I think the applicant has always said they're going to do that. I don't know if we can condition that or just put some guidance in. And also, I mean, I love this picture, right? I think we all do. This is the kind of thing we want to encourage and support. And is there any way that we can just make sure this lasts? Is it something that can be conditioned? Because I don't want that to be changed in 3 years' time back to a mess. I just wonder how we can maintain some of these positive outcomes that this application seems to be heading towards. Thank you.
Thank you.
Can we go to Councillor Rake first?
Yeah, Councillor Ray.
So although I agree with the sentiment of Councillor Bonham, I mean, I think it would be a bit perverse to create extra hoops for someone who's already jumped. I mean, given the work that's been done on the carbon impact and other impacts of this proposal, the people who do that extra work are then given an extra hoop to jump through, whereas, as Councillor Hodgson mentioned, some developments that have come before us or before previous committees haven't done that work, haven't properly engineered out their carbon impact, and aren't asked to go through those hoops. So I think, to an extent on this, I mean, we can try and lock in what's already been offered. Absolutely, I think, but to sort of impose conditions that we're not imposing on other applicants, on an applicant who's doing essentially what we would like all our applicants to do, I think would be an odd approach to take.
Councillor Hodgson.
I know you wanted to end this. Just very quickly, as my understanding is that a lot of that is all actually underway, and then therefore you wouldn't do all that and all that backbreaking work if you weren't going to then maintain it. So it's kind of it's there. If you know, rather than condition it, I don't think we need to.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Just on there will be a condition that will either ensure that what's in front of us now is delivered, or if there's an alternative design, if there's an alternative construction method, that will make sure that that delivers the same or better than what's been in front of you now. I agree with Councillor. I think what's in front of us now probably does go as far as we'd expect most dwellings to go, if not further at the moment. But there would be a condition to make sure it's delivered, rather than just taking it as face value.
Can Mr. Weimer answer the other question about, we talked about preserving the landscape, but I don't think we can condition what anybody grows on their land. So we have to be very careful not to impose conditions that aren't sustainable.
Apologies, Councillor Pan. I must admit, I thought Councillor Hodgson had answered it perfectly. The application in front of you is for a dwelling. I do not believe on the back of that we can condition how a landowner then uses effectively agricultural land around them. I think what they've done is highly unlikely to be undone, and it's on works going. But I don't believe it's within the remit of the council to then say you must keep this landscape exactly as it is for now on in. I just think it's beyond our power.
Thank you, because this is not actually an agricultural tied cottage or house, so the land might be different if it was, I think. Okay, everybody finished with this one? Right, we go to the vote now. All those in favour of approval, please.
Sorry, can I just be absolutely clear? Delegated approval, subject to one of six conditions, to be agreed with Chairman, Vice Chairman, and it would be Councillor Abbott and Councillor Hodgson who proposed and seconded. I'm happy to include the board member. But...
Okay, right. I think that's clear. Thank you, Mr. Marmer. We're sitting me back straight. So we'll go to the vote now for approval. All those in favour? Oh, yeah, no, I'm abstaining.
No,
anyone against?
No, who asked that? Oh, sorry, I thought you was asking me. No. Is there anyone against?
No.
Yes. application is approved. Thank you very much. And we will now break for lunch. No, we won't. We'll move on probably to.
No, it's 1 o'clock.
We'll have lunch.
Oh, it's 10 to. We'll finish in 10 minutes.
We
No,
can
all
do
right.
the briefing, or is it all
No,
right?
we'll break for lunch and do the briefings after lunch. Okay.
nicking it, mate. I'm nicking it.
It's a good one.
Why not?
Well, the only reason why not is because it would be
Well,
in
then
real
we have
terms.
to, well, then we have to invent
Exactly.
There must be other countries. That's just the lazy approach. Just nick one.
That's it. That isn't lazy at all.
and welcome. We've got one member here that is a fire escapes. You go out through that door and out onto the car park, and if you need a toilet, it's out on the left-hand side, immediately outside. So hopefully that that clears that one up. So I think that'll be it on that one, really. Is it all right? Yeah, that's fine.
Declarations of interest.
Yeah, any declarations of interest? Well, we've already had one declared, so that's fine.
Can I declare it again?
You want to?
I was advised that I should declare it again.
No, you've got advised you could declare it this afternoon, but not again. But you can do it now, yes.
And that I should say that I have an open mind and will consider the application on its merits.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Well done. Right, we now move over to the case officer. Case officer.
Just for clarity, Councillor Bonham, that's in respect to the first application this afternoon.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah.
Okay, we now pass over to the case officer, Mr. Weimer,
For this case.
on this first application this afternoon, which is 279022 full 6D, the Caravan Club site at Steamer Clay. Thank you, Mr. Weimer.
Thank you, Chair. For both applications this afternoon, unfortunately, the case officer is poorly today, so you've got the substitute of me doing the presentation. So be gentle with me, please. I have visited both sites. I've got an understanding of what the development is, but I may not be able to answer any detailed questions straight off the top of my head. I might have to look at them, but I have been to both sites. So the first one is at the Caravan Club site on Steamer Quay. The application is redevelopment works, including internal refurbishment of site facilities block, installation of solar panels, replacement service points, new barrier system, and conversion of existing grass pitches to 47 all-weather surfaced pitches, a tractor store, and prefabricated reception building. So the background is really just repeating what's in the report. The reason the application, both this application and the second application today, are on the committee is that the land is within the ownership of the council, and as you're aware, that any applications within or on council-owned land have to come to planning committee. I've set out what the proposed development is. I'm sure that there's some members here who are more familiar with the site's history than I am, but it's been a caravan site for a significant number of years. So what we're fundamentally looking at is the changes to the operational development. We're not looking at can it or can it not be a caravan site. It is a caravan site and has been for, I suspect our Google imagery goes back to 2006, but I suspect the caravan site well predates that. So this is the site, the entrance being to the northern end off Steamer Quay Road, and a Google image, as you can see, being used as a campsite. It's fundamentally there's a road layout with a loop with pitches on the inside and the outside of that loop. Again, this is just images of what's there at the moment and what's being changed. The proposed what's being changed. Where's the TARDIS? So this is the proposed site. The loop is pretty much the same with an additional element to in this area, and you can see the hard standings as opposed to the grass. I'm assuming that will allow the site to be used over a greater period of time, because they're not bogged down in with the weather so much. There's a proposed barrier that has been subject of some discussion with highways, and I think subject to the Town Council's comments, and that has now been moved further back in line with those comments. The reception area is effectively a cabin container, but to be clad in timber, so it doesn't just look like a container. Relatively small tractor store and presumably just general storage as well. Toilet block, no external changes, internal refurbishments that don't require planning consent, but installation of solar panels on the roof, which from a personal point of view makes perfect sense to me. And there are new service points for the users of the site. And okay, service points, waste facilities for the users. And the pitches all have an all-weather surface with water and electric points next to them. So it's the surface is not a bonded surface. It's rolled gravel, so it will still be permeable. It's not adding lots more of impermeable surfaces to the site. Just more images of how the service points at each where the service point is right. But Councillor Bonham, with his knowledge, will correct me if I'm wrong. They're hookup points still. Are they still called hookup points?
I believe so.
Yes.
Hookup. That's.
Are your subs up to date?
It's been one of those afternoons, Councillor Panel. So it's just some photographs of the site from last year to get an indication of what it looks like now. And from these images, there is the arrows on the map to show where they're taken from. So this is taken from very close to the entrance. At the entrance, then further around looking at the site, and again, then within the site looking back to the entrance, and these are just taken from within the site. I'll go through them relatively swiftly. If you want me to stop at any point, then do so. So, I mean, it's quite straightforward at the moment. It's a site with a looped road around it, grass around it, used for caravanning during, and has been long established as such. And fundamentally, it's just improving the services and putting hard standings down for the pitches. So, key issues: the principle is supported. It is a caravan site at the moment. We consider that the relationship of the proposals with the neighbours is acceptable. There's been no objection from tree officer, landscape officer, or ecology, and the application is recommended for approval.
Thank you. One question, if I may, please. I believe that the last time this came up, which I believe was a drainage issue, are we happy now that the drainage issues have been solved?
Yes, there's been extensive discussions between our drainage officer and the applicant's drainage consultant, and our drainage officer is happy with the proposed drainage, and it is subject to a condition to make sure it's installed in accordance with what's been agreed.
Councillor,
couple of questions, if I may. Are the sites for motorhomes as well as caravans?
Yes.
Thank you.
Well, the applicant is the Caravan and Motorhome Club, so
Yes,
I'm assuming it's open to their members.
And there are no objections. One neighbour I see has raised a couple of points. One about lighting and being worried about obtrusive lighting shining beyond the site. Are we able to can you confirm that we'd be able to address that? And likewise with landscaping, and the neighbour has asked whether there could be more trees and whether some could be, a native hedge could be put between some of the pitches. I don't know if we've been able to address that at all.
In terms of the lighting, you'll note conditions 15 and 16 in respect of the lighting. Officers are satisfied that the lighting proposed wouldn't cause any adverse, wouldn't cause any harm to neighbouring properties. They are fitted with the cowling that predominantly make sure the lighting goes in a downward direction. In terms of landscaping, the landscape officer was happy with that the proposal didn't have any adverse harm on the landscape character, and I personally see no reason why, for planning reason, for saying they need to be planting more trees. Obviously, the more landscaping they get, the more it'll pinch on the use of the site, and I genuinely don't think that there's a necessity for more landscaping for that site from a personal perspective.
Thank you. Is there any other questions? No, they've let you off very lightly, Patrick. Thank you, sir. You've got 3 minutes. As soon as you're ready,
Sure.
you can go.
Hi, hello, I'm Councillor Bennett, Chair of Totnes Town Council Planning Committee. Thank you for allowing me to speak today. I've come to briefly voice Totnes Town Council's continued support for this application on the grounds of the caravan park as a major element of Totnes's tourist provision and in turn a key driver for the local economy, for which the site's improvement can only be for the better. It's a popular site with many visitors returning year on year as an integral part of the wider Steamer Quay leisure and tourism area in line with Policy C9 of the Neighbourhood Plan. We welcome the proposed redevelopment, in particular the added provision for year-round usage, additional tree planting, biodiversity net gain and solar energy. As a committee, we have not had an opportunity to discuss the officer's report, but speaking as an individual, I would agree with the recommendation and conditions.
Thank you very much. Any questions for the Town Council? I'm surprised.
Do you ever do you ever get any feedback from the residents? I can see it's really good for business and great site, very good for the visitors, but they are living cheek by jowl with the surrounding community.
I haven't personally, or through the committee, from the direct residents, other than the comments that were seen on the application. I have had a number of comments from people in the town about it being closed and whether it was closed for good or reopening, and that there was real concern that it might have been closed for good. So, I'd say from the actual immediate residents, no, I couldn't comment.
Thank you very much. Yes, Councillor Allen.
Can I also respond to that, if that's okay? I think because the caravan park is there, has been in use for a long time, this is just an extension of it into the winter hours. So it doesn't impact residents now. I can't imagine this extension of its sort of offering for the year will impact them.
All I was going to say is, generally speaking, if you have an existing use that is causing adverse neighbour impact, you would expect to have a number of letters of objection to this application. And yes, there has been one letter, but it not in the respect of noise and disturbance or adverse impact of the site at the moment. So I would suggest that perhaps it doesn't have a significant impact at the moment.
Thank you. Any other questions for? No. Thank you very much. You're relieved. Councillor Birch. I keep forgetting to put my microphone on.
Thank you very much. First of all, can I just make it clear? I think this is an excellent proposal, and I give it my wholehearted support. This has been a long journey, not just for the Caravan Club, but also for this council. And it all goes back about 3 or 4 years ago when I attended a meeting with Mr. Brooke, together with the Caravan Club, and said to them, you just bearing in mind that this may come as it's an interesting factor as far as non-Totnes members are concerned. This site was only open from towards the end of March to the middle of September. So what is being proposed is an all year round site. So I think this is one of the big advantages, not only for Totnes, but for this district. So that's one reason for supporting it, because having it open all year round will be a benefit, not just those members of the Caravan Club site, but also to the local community. It's certainly an economic benefit. It's taken a long time for reasons that I won't go into, but it's involved, amongst other things, going out to tender, inviting tenders for this site, and the successful tender was the Caravan Club site. And as a result of this, a much improved lease is in the process of being granted. So again, that's a further benefit for this council, in that we are will be granting a lease to the Caravan Club site above what we've been getting in the past. As Mr. Bennett mentioned, one of the disappointments has been the fact that this site was closed for this season, and it quite obviously the people wanted to know what was happening. So, you know, it's with joy that we have before us the planning application, which I do hope that you as a committee support. I mean, as I mentioned a moment ago, this is going to bring benefits to the town and, in fact, to South Hams, and it has much needed improvements. In fact, my understanding is that the site, in the state that it is at the moment, is near the bottom of the league when it comes to Caravan Club sites. It has no electrical connections. The facilities there are rock bottom. This is a big improvement, which again will attract more people to the town. So what I was unable to see in the report is that there's no mention of it being all year round. I mean, I know we can't make that a planning condition, but I was hoping that the man or the representative from the Caravan Club site would be here, so we could make it quite clear that we as a council certainly want to see this as all year round, not just from March to September. That really is important. And the other thing which I was hoping we could stress to the representative from the Caravan Club side is, please, if planning permission is granted, can they please get on and start work sooner rather than later? We don't want another season in Totnes where this site is empty or nothing's happening. It throws up a lot of disappointment and questions. And invariably people say, oh, the council are going to build a housing estate on it, you know, and it's, you know, the usual. So dispelling rumours, which we're pretty good at doing that in this council, dispelling rumours. So, you know, I give this wholehearted support, and I do hope that you do give it your approval. So thank you very much indeed.
Thank you. Is there any questions, please? I'd like to make a comment, if I may. Yeah. Now, the permeable site that's going to encourage more than ever, because I believe it was grass before, was it?
Yeah, well, one of the reasons why it had to be closed during the autumn and winter is because it becomes the site, because it's very close to the river, is very damp, and in fact it makes it difficult to use during the autumn and winter. With this setup, it will in fact overcome that problem. So the pitches, my understanding is that the way it's been designed and set out, it can be used all year round, and we don't have a drainage problem. Can I say just one point that I didn't mention, which I think is important, is that in fact the Caravan Club site, the Caravan Club, are investing a substantial sum of money into this project. In other words, they've entered into a lengthy lease, or will be entering into a lengthy lease with this council, but in turn they will be making a considerable investment. I can't mention the sum, but it's a considerable investment. So again, that has to be welcomed.
Thank you. When you're making your minds up, you really should discard the fact of the extended lease, because that's not in place. I'm sure that Mr. Weimer will. Councillor Abbott.
Since our chairman's question was wide-ranging, I'll I'll reintroduce a question I was thinking of that might have been better addressed to Pat, but there you are, John. You can have a go. Considering we've got 12-month or whatever usage, what do you think about the poor staff having to operate from a porter cabin? Do you think they should have some
in the winter?
Yeah.
My understanding is that they have lots of volunteers wanting to be wardens of caravan club sites, and I understand there's a long queue, and so I don't think that's a problem. I mean, my understanding of the way these sites operate is that they have members, retired or elderly members of the caravan club site, who volunteer to take responsibility for a site, and they love it because they're caravanning or motorhoming all year round, so they love it.
Mr. Weimer. Mr. Weimer.
Thank you. I absolutely agree with Councillor Birch's view in terms of the impact of this. Very much positive to the town, I would say. I think, in response to a couple of points, we wouldn't normally put something in here to say it has to be 12-month use. What we would normally do is we'd do a restriction if we didn't want it to 12 months. So the fact there's no restriction there, I would be slightly surprised with the level of investment that it must be to put power in, to put the all-year pictures in. I'd be astonished if it wasn't going to be 12 months, but that's more, and getting on with it quickly, that's more around us, the council as a landowner, having discussions rather than through the planning. The only thing I do have to say is when coming, clearly I believe this application should be approved, recommended for approval. I have no problems with whatsoever. But members, when you're during the consideration, can you please disregard anything around the council are going to get a lease for it? Because that's completely outside of planning. You need to look at it on planning related matters.
I'm sorry.
Is there any further questions for Councillor Birch? Yep, one. Right.
Sorry, but it's laugh mark again. Not my day today. 6.3 of the report in front of us, talking about biodiversity net gain. So, partly for my own education, it says it will result in a 7.44% biodiversity net gain instead of a 10% target. What does the missing 2.56% look like? I mean, it seems patently ridiculous to suggest that you can measure biodiversity net gain to 2 places of decimals. But what does the in terms of the gap between a 7.44% net gain and the target 10% net gain? What does that look like? The occasional stoat or?
I can't give a definitive answer. What does that look like? But what I thought the report set out that at the moment the 10% net gain is for larger scale developments. It hasn't yet come in mandatory. It's coming in, I think, very soon, but it's not yet mandatory 10%. So, and what we've got here is fundamentally an open grassed site. So putting in any mix of vegetation will automatically start to increase the biodiversity. And so the 7.4 is based on the landscape plan and what they're proposing at the moment. We are comfortable that is sufficient for this specific application. But I couldn't, without diving into what was the base of what they're proposing. There's an established metric to go through, and presumably different things have scored heavily or less. I mean, just an open grass site has some, but very little biodiversity. So I couldn't tell you exactly what that 2%, 2.5% looks like, I'm afraid.
Councillor Abbott, we're still on questions, incidentally.
On the boundary fence, since they'll have contractors on site anyway, can they be encouraged to put in hedgehog highways?
I thought the hedgehogs had all hibernated.
We can do it as a, we could add it as a condition that they provide details of them. I'm just thinking, where would they, whereabouts on the site you would want them?
The main road, unfortunately.
That's my concern.
They could be going the other way.
In river.
Having crossed from the riverbank and needing an escape.
Well, there isn't. My recollection of that site is there isn't a river bank as such. It's a key.
Yeah.
So I'm going to be flippant here. I don't think there'll be many swimming across the river from the other side and up the quay and across. But whether there is a route laterally,
I mean, there absolutely is, Pat, because you know that's a walk down to the along the river. Is it to the south? All along that bank and at various places up and down there. I don't know, hedgehogs and riverbanks, I don't know. But yeah, there's woodland, but now that's inside the site.
Some of it.
I mean, it's not for me to say that hedgehogs can or can't go anywhere. What we do is provide an opportunity.
They're from they get squashed on the road.
It's probably something we need to take up with the ecologist as a matter of course in terms of what should or shouldn't we be doing as on all applications. Yeah. We can certainly put a condition on asking for details of provision to allow hedgehogs to traverse the site, and if that means a couple of hedgehog holes in the fence, then yeah, we have had this discussion on more than one occasion.
Yes.
I'm happy to put a condition on if it means the application will then go through.
Councillor, thank you.
Thank you. As the caravans and motorhomes are going to have mains power, do we need any provision to prevent the lighting from them becoming a problem for the neighbours? I do think we have to think about the neighbours. I can imagine that most caravanners are not going to cause a problem, but there might be one or two who would. Can we consider whether we need some sort of regulation just to keep that in check?
My feeling is that they will be so low level in terms of height from the ground that the spill wouldn't then affect the neighbouring properties. And even though they didn't have hookups before, I'm sure that I'd be very surprised if there are many units on the site that didn't have some form of light within either the motorhome or caravan. So the fact that it's got electrical hookups, I wouldn't have thought would affect the level of light coming from the individual units sufficiently that we needed to control it.
Thank you. Councillor Allen.
Yeah, sort of referring to the lights and the low level, are they going to be built that way because it's part of a bat flyway? Was it according to the bats the lights?
Right, I don't know the background of why they got like that. It was so it either have been to ensure there was minimum spill out of the site because of ecological reasons, or simply because of landscape reasons, and to try and ensure that there was as little impact on the neighbours as possible. I know that I've been down there when a couple of times, and the landscape has also been down there. There are a number of street lights in that vicinity. We're not talking about a site that is at the moment dark. It is to a certain extent illuminated, and I genuinely don't think there's going to be a problem with this level of lighting.
Thank you. Any other questions? No. Thank you very much. Well, we move in now to the debate, which should be quite short because I think most of it's been said. Councillor Bonham.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Yes, as some of you know, I'm actually a member of the Caravan and Motorhome Club. So clearly, this is a good step forward, and I think you know, looking at the site being all grass and maybe subject to some flooding or damp, it's not going to be used a lot even in the summer. I think people probably have been wary of going there because they don't want to get stuck if the rain comes. So this is a good step in general to have hard standing. It's what a lot of motorhome users want. They want the hookup connections. They want the waste disposal. So there is a motorhome waste disposal point there. Some lighting's helpful, so it's safe. So I think in general for both users and for the town, this is a good step forward. But there are two things that I'm a bit concerned about, and I'm not sure whether other people have similar points. But the first one relates to the fact that every pitch on this site will be gravelled. And so although a lot of maybe more older people who have motorhomes and caravans will like this site, maybe younger, less well-off people who might want to come in tents would find it hard to find a spot for themselves here. So I just wonder whether or why we are kind of disadvantaging or making it more difficult for people with tents to come on visit. And that is a bit of a shame in my opinion, because you know, when I was young, I was always in a tent going around the country and stopping off at interesting places. So it'd be a shame if they didn't come to Totnes. And secondly, I'm saddened by the fact that there isn't more green, there isn't more effort to put in shrubs and trees here. I mean, I think, you know, there are some green sort of spots there in the middle, but there could be more hedging. There could be more effort to make this a step up in biodiversity. I know we don't have a criteria for that here. We're not saying there must be 10%, but I think it's a shame on a site that we own that we're not actually kind of asking for a bit more of a raising of that bar, so that it is, because you know, at the moment it's a green space. It's now going to be more than half covered in stones. So I think that aspect of trees and shrubs, and people who visit the site do need a bit of privacy from one pitch to another. So some hedges actually would be quite nice for users as well. And I think it's sad that they don't.
Anybody else in the debate? No? Right, we'll move on to the vote now. Proposer and seconder. Yeah. Proposed by Councillor Allen, seconded by yeah, I can now go to the vote. Yes, I can. That's right. I was trying to get home quick. Yes. So all those in favour of approval, please.
Okay. Yep. Against?
Against?
Abstentions?
Abstentions? Hold on, second one. Lovely job, thank you very much. Yeah, that application is approved. Thank you. And now to application number 2839, 23 full. And it's for the Fish Quay, Gold Road, Sulcombe. And the officer on this one is, again, Mr. Weimer.
Thank you, Chair. Again, this application is before you because it's on land that the council own. It's a relatively relatively simple application. It's the construction of a food preparation unit associated with the Crab Shed restaurant. So the seafood, the cafe restaurant was approved in 2013, and has proved very popular. Hence why the requirements for a food preparation area. You'll note from the planning history that when it was first when it was approved, the restaurant building itself was due to be removed by March 2033 because it was in the flood zone. There's a current application in to move that date from 2033 to 2044. It's awaiting determination, and the Environment Agency have objected, but they've been reconsulted. That's its background, but it's not really relevant to this application because the restaurant can be there for at least another 10 years. So it's on the quay at Salcombe for members. I'm assuming most members have been there at one point or another, if not for parking for various site visits. So the last time we were there, we parked in this area. It was this area here, wasn't it? For where we got permits to park, and then so the Crab Shed is here, and they're proposing to put a small unit opposite on the other side there. So it's a as you can see, it's sat behind 3 parking spaces, and its width is probably about 2/3 of a parking space. So it's probably about 3 meters wide by about 7-8 meters in length. So a relatively small food preparation area. It's I suppose it is what it is. It's a simple monopitch roof building with timber framework with weatherboard finish and a flat roof. So this is the site from various locations. So the top, you can see it's by the other side of the white van. Again, top right, it's where those bins are on that piece of area behind the parking and in front of the shed. So the principle, we consider it's acceptable. It's probably about as close to the existing Crab Shed as you can get without having a loss of parking spaces. This doesn't result in a loss of parking spaces, and subject to it being a condition being ancillary to the Crab Shed, we believe the principle is acceptable. It is within A&B. Sorry, it is within the national landscape. For members who haven't picked it up, A&Bs have now been renamed as the national landscape. Obviously, this presentation was done prior to that, so it is within the South Devon National Landscape and the undeveloped coast. I'll apologise now. I suspect it will probably be 3 or 4 years before I stop saying A&Bs. I was referring to the National Rivers Authority a long time after the Environment Agency formed, but so it's in protected areas. It's a simple timber building next to larger, similar timber-clad buildings within the car park. We don't consider that it has an adverse impact on the landscape character. It is within flood zones 2 and 3, but the Environment Agency and the Drainage Officer have not raised any objections. It's not providing. It's not like a dwelling or business where someone's going to be in there all the time. And I suspect most flooding there is tidal, so you've got warning of when it's going to be. So if you have to get out, you've got advanced warning rather than significant flash floods. But there's certainly no objection from the Environment Agency. We're suggesting a condition that it has to be removed within the same time frame as the primary building. If that changes, then we would seek to tie this in with the primary building all the time. It's within the SSSI, but Natural England and our ecologists have not raised any objections subject to the development being carried out in accordance with the Construction Ecological Management Plan. So it's recommended for approval subject to these conditions.
Thank you, Mr. Weimer. Any questions for Mr. Weimer, please? Yeah, Councillor Wright.
Oh,
Councillor Wright.
thank you, Chair. Just is there going to be a deal of? Is this going to generate a deal of coming and going across that strip of car park with people carrying food and stuff?
I honestly don't know. My feeling is probably not. I suspect I can't say for sure, but I suspect it's something that will be used quite a lot before service to get food prep and then take it over. Even if there was, this isn't part of the car park. There's lots of to and fro. My understanding, it's part of the permit holders, fishermen's car park. So it's not like it's general public parking coming in and out all the time. You're likely to get a vehicle coming in and stay in that space for a significant amount of time before it goes. So I don't believe there'll be conflict to the extent that it will justify not approving the application.
Councillor Bonham.
Yeah, my question is similar because I didn't see the picture all that clearly, but if someone's walking to and from this building, is there a pedestrian route, the safe pedestrian route, for them to get between the crab shed and this building without climbing on top of, or I don't see the way because there's car park spaces all the way along there. So maybe it's the pedestrian route that's the question for me.
My fault this time, isn't it? The walk could be from this building across this area of the car park to the building there. So it's a relatively short walk. I personally don't think there's a significant conflict there.
Well, okay, but my question is, if there's cars, if I put it slightly differently, you can see here car park number 24, 25, 26.
Yep.
And it goes beyond that to the one past the van, 27. If cars are all the way along there, I think I don't see how they're going to get a safe pedestrian route to that building. And I guess the question that I perhaps rephrase it like this, can we please check that there's a safe pedestrian route, somehow to that building? Because the entrance door seems, it just seems confusing to me.
Yeah, Councillor Allen.
I've got a feeling that those parking spaces are staff parking spaces. They're edged in yellow, not white. And I think when I visited there fairly recently, that's not for public parking, which might make a difference in terms of pedestrian safety. Is that not right?
I can confirm that those spaces are fishermen's spaces. So it's outside of the area where the general public can seek to find a space. I think from memory, there's a separate entrance, and it's clearly wouldn't be for public parking. So I don't think it's necessarily staff parking for the crab shed. But I do believe it's fishermen's spaces.
Thank you. Any other questions? No, I'd like to make a comment if I may, because I think the Southampton's project is to actually support local businesses and support growth of local businesses, and this is going to certainly help out in that point of view. Thank you.
I was trying to find an answer to Councillor Bonham's question. I believe that the parking, looking from the aerial shot, that the parking spaces are continuous from this truck here down to, don't know where that happened, down past the the proposal to the edge of the quay. I don't believe that there is a separate non-parking space footway from the crab shed to the building. So if the question is there a dedicated path where that outside of the parking spaces? If there is, I'm not aware of it.
Thank you. Right, I forget now whether it was a debate or whether it was a question. That was still a question. So can we move into the debate, please? Anyone like to open that?
Just say there are no speakers.
Yeah, sorry, there's no speakers, no objectors, no supporters, nobody from the Salcombe Town Council, and nobody from the ward. So we can move straight into the debate on this one. Thank you. Who wants to start? Councillor Bonham.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Yeah, I mean, I agree with what Chair has said, that this is a sensible development in support of local business, which is doing very well and providing a great service, attracting residents and visitors to a very nice facility. It's in a good location, I think, because it's near the car park and people can stop there. And so expanding it to allow, maybe more space inside or better quality of food or whatever is a good move. And I think its location is generally good because it's a little bit of an ugly spot just there. So why not use that block of land for this? But I just do worry a tiny bit, and I think it's quite rare because they are Fisher car park spaces allocated to the fishing quay. And it's quite rare to see them all used up, actually. When I've been there, there's often, like this picture shows, a lot of gaps. But if they are all full, I think someone might find it hard to squeeze there. So I just wonder whether, I don't know who owns the provision of those car park spaces or the lining, whether we could think about making a safe walkway by jiggling things along a bit. And I think that might be appreciated by the user of this facility in due course. So I've got absolutely no objection to the development or anything like that. I totally support it. It's just making maybe a helpful suggestion that they might appreciate at some stage.
Was that a proposal?
Yes, that's a proposal to accept the recommendation, and I don't know if that's a condition, because I'm not sure I can make a condition, because it's not really a condition on this. It's more a request for South Hams, who I imagine own the car park facility, to consider rejigging.
Seconder for this? Yeah, Guy. Councillor Panel, perhaps you that.
I absolutely understand where Councillor Bonham's coming from. My concern is I genuinely don't think we can deal with it, and I think you've alluded to it as well. I don't think we can deal with it through this planning application because I don't know. We can. I'm sure that through Democratic Services, members could make a request to the assets team to say that members felt that this ought to be considered. If it was to the extent that, if your concern was to the extent that if that safe footway wasn't provided, this should be refused, then I think you should refuse the application, because I don't know whether all of those spaces have already been leased out, in which case it would be potentially challenging to find a safe walkway without losing one of the spaces. So I really don't know whether it's physically possible to do it at the moment until leases have run out. So I don't see any reason why we can't do a request from the committee for the car parking team to consider it, and then it'd be down to the authorities landowner to consider it, but it wouldn't be a planning condition that it has to happen.
Chair, I'd be happy with that.
I
think it's a request for them to look at it. It's not a condition on this.
Yes, Councillor Allen.
Sorry, I don't mean to sort of steer it away from what we're actually considering, but does this car park have provision to allow motorhomes to be there overnight, like so many other the South Hams car parks? Does anybody know?
I don't know.
No.
If they did, I would be utterly astounded if it's in this area of the car park, because this is specifically for
Industrial and
fishermen's
food.
car park. I can't believe they'd allow overnight, because fishermen aren't using it 9 to 5. They go in and out with the tide, so they'd be there any time, 24/7. So I'd be really surprised if these would get blocked by overnight parking.
Thank you.
Anyone
Or that
else?
sort of overnight
Sorry.
parking.
Anyone else like to have an input into this? Councillor Abbott? No? Sorry, Councillor, I didn't mean to be flippant. Right, I think if that is finalised, we can then move on to the vote. We have a proposal, we have a seconder. Can I have a vote for approval, please? Unanimous. Thank you very much. That application is approved, and I think that brings it to an end, doesn't it?
Of the applications, yes.
Yeah, that brings us to the end of the application. Move on now to planning updates and appeals update.
Appeals is first.
Appeals first, yeah. Thank you.
Okay, firstly is going to be a request from me. Quite often there are a number of appeals to report back to you. There's 5 or 6 this time. If when you see either an appeal decision that comes out to you or an appeal decision on the agenda, and you want me to go into more detail than just a brief overview, so you'd like me to present either a location plan so you can understand where it is, or elevations to understand what the inspector has either approved or refused. If you can let me know, I'll happily do that. But as a matter of course, I'm not going to spend quite a bit of time getting a presentation done for each appeal decision, unless it's something you specifically want to see. So I haven't got any location plans, elevations, or anything for today. But if you want something further forward, just give me some notice. Ideally, when the agenda's published, and I can make sure I can do that. So, of course you can.
Thank you. Just on in the list that we get as part of the agenda pack, would it be possible to produce that list but separate it out for those appeals that have been decided and those which are still in progress? Because to list.
If probably before your time, councillor, but previously we were requested to do this list in ward, so it was easy for someone to look at their ward and see what was there, rather than going through the whole list to see what was there. And then I think it's basically in date order. But I can look to see whether we can split out decisions and lodged. But I still would suggest that actually keeping it by ward is probably useful.
For sure, yes. Now, and also just on a sort of personal note, as it were, there's an appeal which I was aware had been allowed in one of my wards on, I think, the 27th of November. Should that normally show up here, or
can I be quite flippant? The actual report is appeals update from 31st of October to the 23rd of November.
Point taken.
Sorry. You'd appreciate it takes a little bit of time to pull the report together. So there's normally a cut-off around pretty much the same time as we get ready for report. So there's no doubt that will be there next time. If there's something we've missed, then by all means let me know and I'll bring it back. But if it came on the 27th, it'll be on the next one. So the first one is top of the page, Seafront Marine Drive, Bigbury. This is an interesting one, and what it basically boils down to is that we took the view that permission had previously been granted for 2 dwellings. One had been built. That permission was of some age, so it didn't have a principal residency condition. They've come back in with another application where we've sought to impose a principal residency condition, and they've made an application to lift it. And the inspector has come to the conclusion that if the application was refused, reading between the lines, he thinks there's no way anybody's not going to build out a dwelling in Bigbury because of the financial gain. Therefore, they would build something that is unrestricted. It's a significant fallback position, and he thinks it's not unreasonable for a principal residency condition not to be imposed on a revised design, given the fallback position. Councillor Abbott, you're frowning significantly. I probably haven't explained it very well. All right, so basically, there's permission for 2 dwellings without principal residency condition. One's built. The inspectors they then come in for another application, and because the policy's changed, we have imposed principal residency condition. They've applied to lift that condition. The inspector has said, in his view, if this application was refused, they would build that. So the result will always be 2 dwellings without a residency condition. So he considered that fallback was to the extent that he wouldn't impose a condition on the new one, because in reality, there would be 2 unrestricted dwellings there, whatever happened. I can see the logic, because in reality, I don't believe anybody, whoever owned that site, wouldn't not build that dwelling. Sorry, that's another negative, isn't it?
Can I come in on it?
Of course. It is an interesting read. If you want to go online and read it, it is an interesting read. The second is an appeal.
I presume that's Japanese not weed rather than not wood.
Sorry, I'm missing something.
Yeah, not weed. Not wood. Yeah, that's right. So does this mean that this one, the inspector's passed?
Well, what I was going to suggest is perhaps that is a new variant of knotweed that's got so thick it's now not wood.
Well, you can't see it. That's right. No turned into, turned into a tree.
Point taken, Councillor Panel. The second decision is Fort Charles, Cliff Road, Salcombe. It was refused on 2 reasons. One, scale, mass caused harm to the character and appearance of the area. Inspector agreed with that and has dismissed the appeal. However, didn't agree with the highways reason, has said that the authority was unreasonable in imposing the highways reason, and we've had costs against us for not being able to defend highways reason. So it's one of those very strange ones where the appeal has been dismissed, but we've still got a partial award of costs against us because he didn't agree with us on the second reason for refusal.
I'm a bit confused by that. I thought DCC dealt with highways. Why are we being penalised?
Because I believe this one where DCC didn't comment on, the case officer took the view that the access was inappropriate. Because quite on smaller developments, highways don't always comment. The officer took the view, and I think town council also raised the highways issue. It's a learning point for us. It won't be a massive cost award because it's only on the work they had to do in respect of that reason for refusal, and the vast majority of it was about the other. So it won't be a significant cost award, but there's definitely a learning point that we'll take up with officers at the next training session about reasons for refusal and making absolutely clear you can defend it. I don't think it was necessary. Personally, I'm not sure it was unreasonable. I think if it had come to committee, I don't think members would have suddenly jumped out saying, "Oh, I think that's unreasonable."
If, just for our education, if we were to refuse something on a totally unreasonable basis that went to appeal, and the inspector found that dismissed the appeal, saying that because there were reasonable reasons that we could have refused it, could we still be done for costs, right?
So the position, as in this one, so there were two reasons for refusal. One was in terms of impact, the scale, massing impact on the character and appearance of the area, and the inspector absolutely agreed with that and said yes, the appeal should not be allowed because of the harm the visual impact of the proposal had. We also had a second reason for refusal around the access and highways, and the inspector said, you have not defended that sufficiently to persuade me that it's a reasonable reason for refusal. Therefore, you've put the appellant at unnecessary expense in fighting that specific reason for refusal, therefore you're getting costs. The takeaway from that, and I think I've said this in committee before, is that if something goes to appeal, never, ever, ever have a make weight or throwaway reason for refusal on, because we have to defend every reason for refusal. So you could win the appeal and still have cost award against you if you haven't defended every individual reason for refusal. Okay, so again, it's a good read. I don't necessarily disagree with the inspector's logic. I just don't sure I necessarily agree that he was. I don't think I'd have been quite as dismissive of the highways issue as he was. But as I say, it's a lesson for officers. The hedgerow. Is it the hedgerow next? Yes. No. South Brent next, isn't it?
Oh, South Brent.
Yes. So did I.
It's not on the computer.
No. Yeah.
Oh, Steve Hocker, sorry, yes. Upheld.
That's upheld.
Yeah.
I do know this one. Sorry, yes, I haven't got a copy of the decision, but I do know. Right. This application was refused on the basis that we didn't consider that there had been continuous agricultural use in the building since the relevant date of March 2013. So to be Class Q, it needs to be agricultural building. So we felt it had been used for domestic storage at some points in time, and therefore didn't comply with Class Q. Inspector accepted that there had been other uses, but said that he felt that there wasn't sufficient evidence to demonstrate those other uses weren't ancillary to an agricultural use. Quite often you have logs stored in agricultural buildings. I still think they're domestic rather than, it's not as if they're doing forestry works, but and I thought the onus was always on the applicant to demonstrate, not county. So fundamentally the inspector took the view that on balance, it was an agricultural building, therefore was acceptable. There was a costs application. We didn't have costs awarded against us. The inspector said that the reason for refusal was reasonable. We had provided evidence that there had been a non-agricultural use. The fact that it come to a different conclusion didn't mean that our evidence was unreasonable, so we didn't get costs against it.
So why should we be have to prove
because
it wasn't, and they not
because
prove it was?
because they had a signed statutory declaration to say it had already been used for agriculture, and we didn't have sufficient evidence to go. We had the evidence we had were photographs from previous application site visits that clearly showed what the building was being used for, but you can only ever say that's a snapshot in time of that day.
Yeah.
And you can't demonstrate it was used the day before, the day after. So that's where we were. Southpool is something we don't come across every day, which was an appeal against our refusal of a hedgerow removal notice. They wanted to remove 130 metres of hedgerow. It's a very short decision. If you ever want to know about hedgerow regulations, it's a good one to read. So fundamentally, the evidence in front of the inspector was that the hedge lies along a boundary between three fields on the 1840 tithe map for Southpool. This has not been disputed by the appellant on the basis he sees no reason to disagree with that the hedge meets that criteria of being of an age. And that basically there's no justification for removing the hedge. I mean, it's quite short. So Regulation 555B states that a local planning authority shall issue a hedgerow retention notice unless, having regard in particular for the reasons for its proposed removal, there are circumstances which justify the hedgerow's removal. The guidance, which is 1997 raised, notes that the circumstances for removal of an important hedge are likely to be acceptable. An important hedge is either one that's ancient, therefore on the tithe map at that time, or has over a certain number that I can't remember of woody species in it, so it's a diverse hedge. He goes on to say, the pastoral fields bounding the hedge slope down to a small copse and waterway, which drains towards Southpool. The appellant wishes to remove the hedge to stop livestock causing soil erosion where they funnel through a gap to access grazing and water, as well as to facilitate cultivation and contour ploughing. There were patches of bare earth at the ends of the sections of the hedge which appeared to be linked to animal tracks. However, they were very limited in extent, and I did not see anything to suggest that stock had caused excessive erosion in the vicinity of the hedge. And he then talks about ploughing runs, and there's nothing to suggest that the hedge, there's nothing to suggest that there's insufficient justification for removal of the hedge. Fundamentally, they talk about ploughing runs and water, but there's nothing to suggest that the hedge in itself was restricting the water flow to that extent. Good decision, actually. Householder at Ditson, is that next? And the last one, I think it's the last one on the report. It's another householder appeal that we've lost. We are going to have a look at householder appeals because we're certainly losing more than we used to, and I wonder whether there's something within the inspectorate that they're starting to be a little bit more lax on householder appeals than perhaps they were. But we'll need to look at that now. This was a summer house in the rear garden, in there and B, in the Setting Melissa building in the conservation area. We took the view that it just exacerbated the impact of these buildings in those protected areas because there were others around, and it was just tipped the balance too far. The inspector took more account of the surroundings and said, because of all these surrounding things, the impact of this is insufficient to say it's harmful. I take that as it's just absolutely a subjective view.
Same argument. It's all, never know whether to so much there already.
Or where do you draw the line, isn't it? It's
Yeah.
So there's, other than the costs, I need to do a little bit of digging and see where we went wrong there. There's nothing there that I'm thinking that the recommendation was wrong. It's just come to a different opinion. And once the recording stopped, I'll say something else about appeals, but not while we're recording. Shall I go straight on to undetermined majors?
Yeah.
Good. As usual, any questions on the undetermined majors report? I've had a couple of questions earlier. And just to be clear to everybody else, this isn't a backlog report of majors. This report sets out every undetermined major application we've got. So as soon as an application is registered, it appears on this list. So please don't think this is just the backlog and there are others. This is all of the majors, and it's brought to you so you've got an understanding of everything that we've got going on of a larger scale within the district. As usual, I'll happily answer any questions, but we can't start a debate into the planning merit or otherwise of an individual application. That I have to wait till it comes here for determination.
Sorry, can I just, just the one in Totnes, the Steamer Key Road, is this, you were talking about the redevelopment of Baltic Wharf. Is that another application that's just come through? I'm a little confused about that one.
Right, the one on...
It's number 402, not number.
4021?
Yeah.
Right, that is the parcel of land next to the existing... It's like a triangle of land below houses in the road that I really can't remember the name of, and I should be able to.
You're talking about the road on the other side of the river or this side?
It's the Steamer Quay side. It is at the
Right.
far end of Steamer Quay. If you look up, there's a nursing home you access off Steamer Quay.
Yep, okay.
Then there's houses where you don't access through the old estate. There's a separate road down to it, isn't there? I can't think what it's called.
So this is to do with the access to the nursing home? Or?
This is an application for there is another nursing home that has not been built but has been commenced. It is an application to vary the design of that on that site. This isn't Baltic Wharf.
Would it be possible to is it out? Can I just go and look and search for it? I haven't.
Oh yeah, it's on.
Yeah, okay.
I mean, I have been to this site because I went there with Stephen Stroud a couple of weeks ago.
Yeah.
The application is effectively a story lower and dug in more to the ground than the approved scheme.
Right. Would it be possible to send me anything you think
All
I might be
online.
interested in? Okay.
It's all online.
Okay.
I understand that we have literally just received an application for Baltic Wharf, but I genuinely don't know whether it's valid. It's literally just come in. So I can't give you any more details at the moment. So
two big things coming up. Okay.
So the Steamer Quay one's been in for a while.
Yeah.
But I genuinely don't know the details of Baltic Wharf. Well, that'll be coming out on a weekly list as soon as it's valid.
Thank you.
You okay? You're finished? Great. Thank you very much for your attendance today and your input. Very interesting. Amusing sometimes, but we enjoyed it. Thank you, Patrick, and everybody, all the officers. Thanks very much.
Thank you.
Meeting closed at 3:15.
Yes, but the recording.